Ramos tries to catch up to the target. Zorn not able to find the toss, but Move will with the knockout. Gets terrified, crowd controls. Move will go down AOG. Uses the Winter Truncheon, Winter Crown very early, gets taunted out. That was supposed to be safe for SkyZ, but he doesn't have the option. And now Nesfresco goes in.
SkyZ, dealt damage, so everyone else dealt damage, but Siska, man.
Get the punish Zorn. Winter Crown, delay it. Menace Rage blows up Keeman. SkyZ gotta make it fast. Storm is gonna sacrifice his life. Rossi back in the base. Storm will buy time with the Winter Crown. Lord over the DXO. Storm will eventually go down. Iden Storm into immortality just to delay his death. The Eternal God blocks the shot as Storm gets away, and they will find Zorn. Right under control. EV, he's gone. Right, Winter Crown even used EV guaranteed death. Ivan, Winter Crown again, bakes out the aggro from Team Rain. But MV have successfully defended the base.
Roundel
still once more, but he has to be very careful.
Oh!
Crown fake, Zidane, spin it into a rough spot. Shadows for the Red Giants, 2-0 over Todak.
All right, everyone's gonna freeze. 1, 2, 3, freeze! Yeah. Now everyone follow the timing. I like that I call 1, 2, 3.
now.
MPL レジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 garuk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくるやかましい奴らだ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up. Yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Api tak kunjung padam.
Marah
Ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rakanuda, MESF, PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-15, minggu ke-5, hari pertama. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. And guys, pada minggu lalu, kita sudah saksikan Minggu Diraja, mana 2 slot ke playoffs sudah didapatkan oleh kedua-dua tim, which is Selangor Red Giants OG Esports dan juga Homeboys. Pada minggu ke-5 dan juga minggu ke-6, kita ada 4 slot lagi untuk pasukan-pasukan yang masih lagi tengah kejar slot dorang ke playoffs. And of course, as of today, kita punya transfer window pun sudah ditutup, which technically means pasukan punya lineup sekarang has to kekalkan sampai ke playoffs. Dorang dah tak boleh ambil player baru, coaching staff baru or change anything with their lineup. So, untuk mulakan minggu ke-5 hari pertama, mari kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. Untuk perlawanan pertama, kita ada DX Seoul menentang Todak. Todak telah mengaktifkan mod Todak Langgar minggu lepas dengan penuh agresif dan berani. Tapi bagi DX Seoul, sebuah pasukan rookie, mampukah mereka menghalang gelombang kebangkitan ini? Ataupun Todak akan muncul lagi dengan draft cheese pick mereka atau pertukaran pemain? Dengan Todak, apa-apa pun masih lagi boleh berlaku. Untuk match terakhir hari ini, Ocean Black menentang Monster Vicious. Monster Vicious untuk minggu ini dan minggu ke depan masih ada 4 perlawanan lagi untuk dilalui. Antara paling banyak dalam kalangan semua pasukan. Adakah ini memberi mereka lebih ruang untuk mengejar slot menghadapi Ocean Black yang masih lagi mengejar mata untuk liga ini? Adakah Monster Vicious mampu mendapatkan mudah 2-0 ataupun Ocean Black akan bangkit untuk dapat rasa mata pertama mereka? And of course, kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok live stream ini from your home, work or anywhere else, di pentas kebanggaan ini kita saksikan semua kejayaan, kesedihan and of course the enjoyment of everybody watching. So, kalau korang tengah tengok, don't forget to scan the QR code ke bawah ataupun isikan kod ini dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan in-game rewards. And of course, tanpa membuang masa, mari let's throw it to the casters untuk mulakan match pertama di minggu ini. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, Rose. And let me just say, this week didn't come fast enough because honestly, Stafa, watching Minggu Diraja, the Royalty Week, like it was an amazing week. And now, week 5, tomorrow, only a few hours away. Anyways, I'm being a little bit too excited. Welcome to MPL MY Season 15. You are watching the English broadcast with me, LaFell, and alongside with me, Stafa. We haven't worked for a while now.
Yeah, this is actually our first time sharing a desk the whole season. I don't know how that worked out, but it's nice to be here with you again, sir. Nice to see you. Nice to speak to you once again behind the camera. And nice to see all of you guys watching at home as well for the beginning of week 5.
Yeah, we'll be reading your comments, but now we got to read this. Playoff Rush DX Soul's third win or Todak streak continues. And here's the thing, Staffa, right? Like, compared to all MPL MY few years back.
All right.
Week 1 to week 4, bangers. A lot of impact, a lot of action. But then week 5, week 6, it starts to drop off. It starts to get a bit stale, a bit boring. But now, this season, I gotta say week 1, week 2, week 3, the worst. But now we're picking up, right? Week 4, week 5, week 6. Todak and Homeboys, they're going to the playoffs, sure. We don't know who else is going.
Yeah, we don't know. It is a funny sort of situation because usually in MPL, you can kind of tell how strong teams are pretty early in the season. By the end, you already kind of know who's up there, but we're still not that sure about everyone besides SRG and Homeboy. So if you guys want to come and watch exactly what happens and which teams claim the remaining 4 playoff spots, make sure you guys grab your tickets right now to come attend MPL MY live in person.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I got DMs, people complaining to me. The matches that they want to watch, it's gone. It's sold out, right?
Yeah.
So make sure you guys grab your tickets fast. Especially you can't walk in. You got to buy it online.
Yep. You gotta make sure to grab it in advance as well. I saw so many posts online about tomorrow's matchup being sold out like weeks in advance.
Oh yeah, that's insane. And what's insane is Infinix, because our MPL is powered by Infinix, powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5G processor for smooth performance. We're actually reading your comments here, so make sure you guys keep on commenting. And we can do that without charging because of the battery, because it's equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 milliamp hour battery. In fact, right now we're gonna be looking at the players ping testing with the phone. Look at them having a
great time.
Having a great time before all the what you call it, like all the violence that's gonna happen in the game.
All the violence happens. I'm just looking at them shaking the phones, and it reminds me of when you play racing games and you just move your body left and right. Even though it doesn't actually do anything, we all know it does.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Like, you know, recalling actually damages the base, right?
Yes.
And emoting, it actually reduces your opponent's mana.
Yeah.
Right?
No one knows this. It's very not well-known info. Because every time you spam recall, the base takes 1 damage.
That's insane.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? That's crazy. You do 1 damage, but the base, it just recovers 2 HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is what it is. Right now we're looking at the standings here, and it's insane. We only know top 1, top 2. Actually, not even. Only tomorrow. Only tomorrow, Staffa, we can definitely say either Homeboys is on top or SRG is on top. And now we're looking at Todak as well as DX Soul. DX Soul number 7, but if you want to go to the playoffs, you gotta be top 6. And Todak, even though they're number 5, they can't feel comfortable yet. Pick some losses and they might drop down to 7 and below.
It's an unforeseen situation that no one could have expected going into Season 15, that so many veteran lineups would still have their position uncertain at this stage of the regular season. Monster Vicious, Todak, Team Vamos, all sitting at 9 points. While there's technically in the safe zone right now, there aren't many matches left, and you never know what could happen.
Staffa, the insane thing is, Homeboys and SRG, they have positive points, sure. But then you look at number 3, Arrow, you only have 1 point. And then you go down, you only have 2 points. Like, in this league, it's so hard to get points. Whose fault is that?
The thing is, normally this is supposed to be a good thing.
Yeah,
I mean, that the league is close and all the games are tight, but
we're too good. We're too good. We make ourselves look bad.
Yes, exactly.
Let's go with that. Right now, it is the race for the final 4. Who will advance to the playoffs? Because we guys are looking here. Again, Homeboys and SRG, they're safe, right? If they lose all the games after this, they're still going to the playoffs. All the other teams here, Toda, DX Soul, Arrow, Team Ray, MV, Vamos, they can't say the same. In fact, Vamos is one of the candidates to actually not go to playoffs.
Because if you look at the remaining matches each of these teams has to play, Vamos has the fewest matches remaining in the season, with only 2 matches left. One of them being Arrow Esports, one of the teams that really made a splash in Minggu Diraja comparatively, a team like MV is looking a lot more comfortable. They've got 4 games left, and they're tied with Vamos.
Yeah, going up against OB, you might be getting points there. Team Ray actually looking a bit tougher, and Team Ray, of course, wants to go to the playoffs as well. Aero and Homeboys, definitely going to be a bit of a challenge as well. But yeah, Vamos, this is unprecedented. From number 2, going internationally, you know, going to Riyadh, and now to the point where they might not even go to playoffs. Like, that's insane. Like, losing at playoffs is one thing. Not going, that's a big deal, Stafa.
It's a position that this lineup has never felt. All the way back from when they debuted as Homeboys, it's always been an uphill climb. Yes, they've gone through some obstacles, but nothing like this before. And comparatively, teams like even DxO, which we're going to be watching later, still look like they may have a better chance of going through, which means that every single match we're going to see from now on just matters that much more.
Let me just say, DxO makes MEL look good, right? Because they came from the MEL, and then even though they have difficulty going up against all the teams, but look at the teams that they have actually gone up against, and they pushed them to Game 3. They went up against Vamos, Game 3. They went up against Homeboys, Game 3. Like, every single team that they face against, even though they lost, they never just lay down and die.
Yes.
Right? They keep on fighting back.
Ever since week 1, I already looked at DxO and thought this team is tenacious.
Yeah.
And every single week they've continued to prove that. I have so much respect for this team specifically because of this. But first, let's check out their opponents. Todak still gonna be sticking with lineup C, consisting of Sihin, Magma, Zyme Senpoi, Gebe, and Momo.
Yeah, I would say the surprise factor that we saw against Todak was that Baxia in the roam, and it really shut down against heroes that really depends on that healing, like the Gato Kacha. And Gebe has shown if he got someone like the Hanzo, he can definitely do well. We've got to see more, right? Like, I kind of feel like the game that they won against Vamos, the second game, it was more on Vamos making the mistake rather than them really like making crazy outplays. But to be fair, you need to be good enough to actually capitalize on your opponent's mistakes.
It's true. The fact that Todak didn't just get snowballed initially is still kudos to them. But I agree with you. I feel like Vamos making a lot of mistakes in that matchup. Comparatively, DxO will push themselves to the limit against any opponent. This may be a rookies versus veteran matchup, but I do not think that they're going to take this lying down. SkyZ, Rasi, Stone, Keeman, and Siska have already proven themselves multiple times this season.
The good and bad is like everyone has shown before. Like they have shined brightly. But the thing is, it's not the same person all the time. So you can say, oh, it's good. Everyone has carry potential. But also kind of bad because that person doesn't carry all the time. You got to, you know, like wait for Rossi to get a good setup, or you wait for Storm to get a good counter engage. But either ways, DxO against Todak, this is going to be one hell of a match. And in fact, with that being said, looking at the stage, looks like both teams are ready. And with that being said, we're going to invite both teams, Todak and DxO, onto the stage.
They shook things up with bold, unique drafts and triumphed over Vamos last week. Now they return more prepared than ever, aiming for a clean sweep to keep their playoffs hopes alive. Please welcome the Kings of the Ocean, Todak!
They've only managed to steal a single point from their previous matches. Today, they must secure all 3 points to turn their league standing around. Please welcome DxO!
Without further ado, let's bring up the coaching staff of both teams alongside our head of League Ops, Franklin. That will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. From Todak's side, we got Coach Kuja alongside Coach Tio and Backdoor from DxO.
And now let's keep it going with the fist bumps between both teams, because it's all fun and games now, but this match is all about that playoff slot. Can Todak keep it, or DxO take them down 2-0 to make sure that their dream stays alive?
This is a battle for future standing. This is a duel to determine their path forward. A chance of moving on to the MPL playoffs. Let's see which team will end up making a splash at the start of week 5.
Something that I do have to say is that I want to see who really gets to pick up that Kimi, because honestly, after the hot fix, making sure that Kimi is actually stronger now when it comes to the slows, I do feel like a little bit too strong. But now we're going to look at the team head-to-head to see what's really the big difference between Todak as well as DxSoul. And funnily enough, if we look at the numbers here, it is all for DxSoul, but something to note that both teams have played 6 matches, but Todak only played 12 games, and DxSoul has already played 17. And that's why, in terms of the numbers, a little bit screwed towards DxSoul.
DX just knows how to bring it to a game tree all the time. It speaks to consistency and inconsistency at the same time. Whereas on the side of Todak, they win hard or they lose hard. There isn't really much to say in between. But as you mentioned, LaFell, we're going to see the stats skew quite heavily into DxSoul side, especially the total damage dealt, just because they've had way more games.
Yeah, and the first blood as well. DxSoul managing to get 53% of the first blood rate in their matches, and Todak only having 33%. And I kind of feel like that 33% did rose quite a bit going up against Vamos, because I feel like in the games against Vamos where they got, you know, the first blood there. So between both teams, definitely we can see more aggression coming in from DxSoul, and I feel like Todak is really more about their mid trio. Keeps on changing, right? You know, sometimes you get Young Lord, sometimes you get Magma. So it keeps on changing, but because right now they're sticking to the main lineup, and I feel like they're going to keep it up until playoffs. Their synergy should be better, so their early game shouldn't be that bad.
It shouldn't be, but I also feel like it's kind of hero pool dependent. It really depends on whether or not they can get the right picks in the draft. But if we talk about Todak as a team, this is a squad that has had many accolades throughout the history of MPL Malaysia.
Yeah, look at that. Season 7, Season 8, #1 in the group. Season 10, #1 in the group. Season 9, #2 in the group. And then second place champion, second place champion. Look at how many seasons they dominated. But then start of Season 12. And honestly, up until right now, not looking the best. They looked good last season with #4 in the regular season placement, but then getting 3rd place in the playoffs in overall standings. I would say, which is kind of why a lot of fans really question on their changes with the lineup. Like, you got 3rd place with your previous lineup. Why did you change?
Yeah, that is really a big question to ask, because Todak has always been such a stable lineup. If you look at these statistics in a general standpoint, in the last 7 seasons, the lowest position Todak has ever had is 6th place. That sounds very impressive. But then you have to note that 6th place was in their more recent positions.
Yep.
And their more recent gameplay has been the less stable version of Todak thanks to all this rebuilding they've been doing. It's definitely generated a lot of questions about whether or not continuously switching different players is the right play, always having such a large player rosters is the right choice. It's a lot of questions.
Yeah, right now we got a quote from Kuja here. Let's see. He said, "Chemistry was never our problem." Okay.
Really?
I feel like if we go back a few interviews ago, you know whatever. Our issues before was how we executed our plans. This lineup will be maintained until the playoffs. Okay, good, if we qualify. There might only be a change in the jungler role. And the thing is, Rose did say that the transfer window is you know, off. Like, no one can go in, no one can go out. So the only jungler that they have is Zayed.
So it means there's a chance we might see Zayed again.
Unless they make Zion Senpai jungle. Who knows? You know.
Who knows?
Anyways, they
I
say,
did not need to hear that.
they say chemistry was never a problem. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because I do say this all the time, which is if your players are good, they know what they're going to do, you honestly don't need a chemistry. You don't even need a communication.
I mean, that's exactly what we heard from the side of Hazel and Arrow Esports as well, right? Like, they actually ended up having very similar playtimes with their team before joining MPL MY, and there's a pretty notable league of difference between how well they synergized with them right from the get-go. So I think it is already proven that chemistry may not always be the problem.
Yeah, right now we talked to Coach Theo as well. He said the rookies have been underperforming, so I had to put some pressure on them. I told them that their role is just as important and that they need to make their own decisions and not just follow the more experienced players. And I kind of feel like this is something that, you know, it will take time for you to understand, right?
It does, because, again, MPL is such a different ballpark from MAL. We've already witnessed that firsthand with Ocean Black, unfortunately, being the poor example in this case. But EXO already show their potential, and it's very important for newer players coming into MPL to not too heavily depend on veterans to direct them in what to do, because once those veterans are gone for whatever reason, then they're not able to stand on their own 2 feet.
I feel like something that people are caught off guard when they first entered MPL is that this sounds easy, but trust me, it's so mentally taxing, which is you cannot autopilot in the game.
No.
In MPL, every single minute, every single decision, whether you go for that creep or not, whether you want to last hit that minion or not, you got to think about all these things. And that's why we see like teams like DxO in game 1, game 2, they look fresh, they look strong. Going to game number 3, some of that autopiloting starts to come in.
I mean, just imagine when you're playing your own ranked games and you just so happen to have a tough matchup, right? The game lasts for like 20 minutes.
Ooh.
After that, you just feel so winded, right? It's like, oh man, that was a tough game. Maybe it's time for me to take a break for now, or maybe the next game you go in, you're not quite as focused. That is what these players are dealing with on a much larger scale and for even longer times.
Yeah, that's why I heard someone talk about this. Like, there's a lot of good players in rank, like you know, top global, I don't know, Yusin Shin, Labu, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Why don't they go to the MPL? And then I heard some coaches like, yeah, they're good. Like, mechanically, they're good. But mentally, they just can't sustain. Right? Play 1 game, play 2 games, and then they gas out. They can't deal with the pressure anymore. Man. It's hard being a pro player.
Imagine even going into grand finals, best of 7. That's just a different thing altogether. Luckily, though, for the regular season, it's just best of 3s. So let's jump into the drafting phase for the first game of our first best of 3.
Yep, right now we can see that DxO are first pick, Todak is second pick, and looks like DxO batting out that Phovius as well as Hanzo, really looking at Gabe, making sure that he doesn't have that big of an impact, and Todak batting out Chip as well as Kimi. Kimi overall, I feel like is one of those heroes that is way too annoying, man. Like, if you know how to use her, I hate her, man.
I know, right? Literally the definition of that fly that just won't stop flying around you, but actually does damage in this case. The fact that they fixed the bug where I didn't even know there was a bug.
I didn't know there was a bug.
I didn't realize there was a bug. Apparently she's stronger now. She was always supposed to be stronger.
Oh my goodness.
And we're just like, huh?
Dude, Kimi has been holding back all this time.
Yeah.
Well, we got a likes of Stormy that just completely carries with that Kimi. But now DxO banning out that Hilda. And this is actually very interesting, Stafa, because Hilda is one of Siska's best hero. So the fact that they take it out as well kind of shows that maybe there is an improvement in DxO. Maybe Siska has something new that he wants to show.
I think it's generally an adjustment on the blue side, though. I think if they were on the red side, they'd be more willing to open it up, because it's not a first pick hero most of the time. It's a bit safer to go for it when you have more options to lock in. But who knows, right? Maybe you're right. Maybe there is some secret weapon being hidden here.
Right now, you have the Jushin, a lot of control, but just not that big of a damage, you know, until you get your first 2 items. But hold on, right now we have a fun fact about Sheehan. Back in MAL Season 1 and 2, Sheehan only lost 1 match when going up against Kimin and Siska. Could this be the rematch where he feels confidence of taking the win? Where getting Harif is a good start.
That's a very good start. Sihin has been one of the rookies that's really been popping off this season. Even when Todak doesn't look too good, Sihin seems pretty consistent, and that's a rare trait from a player who is making their MPL debut.
Yep, I still remember going up against Vamos, where Sheehan basically didn't do much in the early and mid game, but honestly that is because Vamos was controlling the map completely. But then come late game, he took over, man. And the thing is, he didn't shut down his brain. Oh, I'm gonna Zaman Force, dash around, get some kills. No, he actually managed to kite away, wait for his cooldowns, and then re-engage. So DxO giving Sheehan that Harry is big cojones.
Alright, so is picking up the glue. When the Hilda was banned out, I was wondering, would we see the Faramis? It's a pretty common Siska pick, but yeah, the Faramis is always going to be a threat. And it actually deals with the Hayabusa somewhat well as well with the NetherRealm, so they're basically opening it up right now for Todak.
Yeah, but maybe it is some kind of bait because they're like, you already pick up Kalia. If you're going to pick up the Faramis, not going to be doing that much damage. But then you just remember, Homeboys brought this lineup as well. Harif, Kalia, Faramis, and I don't know, looks pretty damn strong.
Yeah, it's just a straight up team fight lineup. You already have Sustain with NetherRealm. You also have Sustain from the Kalea. I feel like it could be pretty... Oh, okay. That's an alright counter as well.
Yeah.
Faramis, both very good answers to the glue. So Todak keeping it on the safe spot, not going for the obvious bait.
Yeah, right now I would say like, oh, they're actually betting out the Gata Kacha, which is a pretty good ban because one of the heroes that can actually deal with the Kalia. And I guess maybe Shihin just feels very confident in his heart, making sure that doesn't matter if they get like a Granger, he can fight with it. But we do have to say that Granger is one of SkyZ's best hero, right? And Granger does have a good laning phase against the Hive. So I do want to see if Todak will respect that.
Based on the way that they're approaching the draft, I actually don't feel like they're going to go all the way to ban the Granger. There is still a chance, but it feels like they're going to be focusing a bit more towards other sources of frontline, especially now that the Gatot's already been taken out. The Ling ban.
That's interesting. What is that showing? All right. I mean, like, yes, maybe Gibbick can use it, and they're batting out the Moskov. I wonder, like, are they going to pick up a marksman with no mobility? That's why they're taking out the Ling now? Who doesn't have a lot of mobility?
No mobility in this meta?
Beatrix has mobility. Even Clint has mobility. Irrital, of course, have mobility. I wonder what they're cooking up here.
Maybe they're just trying to force
Chang'e goal. Okay, maybe. But Chang'e did get changes, though.
She did. Actually, I am kind of curious to see how Chang'e might get played now, because the reduction in ult cooldown is actually pretty big in exchange for the magic scaling reduction. But
I've seen like the first or second skill having longer cooldowns than her meter champion.
Yeah. They're forcing Geve onto fighter / tank jungle.
They know something here. Like they know something that Todak is cooking
Basically,
up.
Zeus and Glue both directly counter tank jungle.
Yeah.
So they're just removing high mobility jungle options, I guess.
But there's still like the Joy, you know? Or has Joy? No, Joy hasn't been
right.
banned. Yeah, Joy hasn't been banned. Joy is still there.
They did nerf Joy slightly. Would it be enough for her to be ignored?
Actually, even Fanny's still up.
I understand the Fanny. The Fanny's been kind of used as a gambit a lot of the season, but Joy being ignored is very surprising to me.
Dragon is ready anytime.
1-1. Okay, 1-1 does have mobility, but okay. And then they pick up the Cho.
Okay, this is a comp that's completely designed to counter tank jungle. Like every hero here except Hayabusa counters tank jungle. If you pick a Fredrin into this lineup, you are griefing yourself.
All right, Gushin then. Let me think about this. Gushin, Saber, Fanny, Joy.
Because the Cho also counters Joy.
Yeah.
So it's actually a pretty smart draft from the EXO. Are we forgetting something? I feel like we're forgetting something.
Eason Shin, if you want to go that far.
Reach the darkness if I'm fast enough.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Well, now we get to see Gabe. Can you use the Fanny? So far, I believe. Oh, we kind of forget about the Suyo, but to be fair, Suyo is also not that great in this lineup. So
yeah,
we've seen him use the Joy, the Suyo, as well as the Hanzo. I don't think I've seen Gabe on the Fanny just yet.
Yeah, no, because like Fanny is either permabanned or used as a gambit. It's not often that you'll get seen pick the last in this way, though that's usually the best place to pick a Fanny anyway. So I'm kind of curious how this will go.
Yeah, because in terms of lock mechanism here, it's really on the Cho, and then that's it. So if the Fanny is able to play around it or just play away from it, it should be good. It should be alright. Like I'm honestly worried more for the Jushin.
A little bit. There's a lack of burst damage for DXO to really play around early, but let's see if their tenacity will bring them all the way here, because they are looking for a clean sweep to push themselves up in the standings, up against the Kings of the Ocean. It is DXO versus Todak in the Land of Dawn.
Either way, this is for playoff life. You have to win this one because, in case you guys don't know, there's only 1 week left of MPL, and Storm might get solo kill here by Zion Senpai. Rossi can't do much to help his team out. It looks like he survives.
Just barely. Has to use his flicker to get away though, so that is not ideal. And like you mentioned, Lafel, the Zusin going to be very vulnerable early here.
Yep, super vulnerable here. And although I have to be fair, I didn't thought it would be that vulnerable.
Yeah, unfortunately, Storm did go for Purify instead of Flicker, so there was really no way out of that situation. I think they got a little overconfident because Rasi was doing good poke, but then kind of left him exposed. Oh, Tidal Strike. Purify comes out. Here comes Gebe once again, looking for him. He jumps behind the tower, though.
Yeah, no level 4. I kind of feel like if he does have that, then, you know, he probably could have gotten the kill. Right now, looking at everyone else in their respective lanes, everyone looks pretty calm. It's just the mid lane having a bit of a tough time here.
Yeah, but mid lane priority is really important for that early advantage. Gebe gonna try and eye Rasi again, but I don't really think he needs to go for more right now.
Yeah, honestly, like when he does this, it's kind of not good because Kimin has a lot of time just farming himself up. And between Gebe as well as Kimin, I would say Kimin wants to farm a little bit more, right? Because once he gets his items, that Ogi Shadow Kill is gonna hurt. And it will actually make it easier for him to secure neutral objectives like the Turtle or the Lord. So I kind of feel like Gebe just hard focusing mid and then not getting anything out of it is actually a bad trade.
Yeah, I agree. Because Todak, when you play like this Fanny in the jungle alongside something like a Kalea, ideally wants to get a little bit of early advantage. And the DXO are quite comfortable with giving that to them as long as they're not too far behind.
Right now, looking at both teams, they are hovering around the Turtle. I kind of feel like for Todak, they should probably go for a kill here instead of trying to get a Turtle. DXO, maybe try to bait out a mistake. You know, maybe let the Kalea overextend.
If DXO can get kills onto Kimin early, though, that would actually be excellent. I can already see the difference in EXP building up. Kimin's level 6, while Gebe is level 4. Wave the Dragon finds the Kalea. Not the right direction, though. Glorious Pathway slows down the rest. Grab on top of a Momo. As now Kimin comes in. Not gonna go for the Ogi Shadow Kill just yet. Revitalize comes out. Gebe a little bit late to the party. No casualties, no major damage being done. Another Mark. Oh, Tsunami Slam gonna pull back Rasi. He flickers out to safety. The two-man stun gonna lock down Magma and Momo at the same time, though. Forcing out another flicker from Magma. Kimin secures the Turtle. Now Momo a bit too far forward. Ogi Shadow Kill finishes off the Hylos.
That was one of the slowest team fight I've ever seen. Because there's just no damage. And the thing is, like I said, go for Magma, go for the Kalea, because the Kalea really isn't that tanky. She's a fighter support. She's not that tanky, but kind of not like that, you know? Like, don't kick in that direction. And not when you have this kind of comp. Like, you want to kick into a Hayabusa Shadow, into an Ogi Shadow Kill, or just basic attack her to death, because you know, with the Juice Shade, with the glue, you just don't have enough damage just yet.
Yeah, there's barely any early burst damage from DXO, but they're also so bulky that the little bit of burst damage Todak has doesn't do too much to them either. There needs to be very surgical precision in approaching these team fights when there's not a lot of items on the map to play with yet.
Yeah, right now, looks like Storm and Rasi are just controlling mid. They're just making sure that they don't get ganked. But Storm, you gotta be careful here, because people are looking at you.
Tsunami Slam pulls Rasi forward. Gebe going to miss everyone with the cables there. Rasi still alive. Eternal Guard comes in finally. Kimin gonna get stunned on the tower. Gets the Yogi Shadow Kill off, though, doing some good damage, but they're also low. He cannot find the kill. Rasi's already gone. Momo gets pulled back into the tower, though, with the grab Lantern combo. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Can you feel it, Staffa? I can feel the commenters just writing like, I can play a better Fanny than that.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
On Facebook, I'm sure someone on Facebook is saying something like that.
I didn't feel it until you started saying it. Now I feel it. Yes, I agree.
It's just under your skin. Like, you just know it's happening.
A little bit, because Todak is really depending on Gebe to get these early game executes, and the DXO is just not really even putting much effort into out.
Nah, okay. I see it now. I see it now. Gabe has been dodging the EXO all this time. You thought he's attacking. He's just, you know.
Well, let's hope Sihin can dodge as well. Wave Dragon gets Flicker cancelled, but Sihin still... Oh, he dashes away! Here comes Glorious Pathways. Tsunami Slam gonna pull Rasi into the tower. Killing spree for Zyme Senpoi. And SkyZ gonna be picked off as well. Ogi Shadow Kill comes in from flank. Bounces, so unlucky. They do eventually get the shutdown on Zyme Senpoi, but now Magma jumps back in with Tidal Strike. Gebe looking for it. Final cut. Goes on top of Storm. He jumps forward, gets the double kill. But Keeman gonna be slain in the backline. It's a 3-for-3 trade.
I'm so confused, Tafa, and I don't think that's a good thing because there's a lot of fighting going on, but it all seems like they're just trying out their luck. Like, we're just going to throw out a few skills and see if it connects because so far, Rasi, missed kick, Todak, even the follow-up seems a little bit messy. I don't know. Maybe it's just the first game. Maybe it's just the first game they're you know.
It's a warm-up game.
Yeah, it's a warm-up game. Yeah, thank you very much. That's what I was looking for. Yeah.
Not really ideal. Oh, Wave Dragon finds Sihin. He dashed into the wrong bush. Zaman Force keeping him alive a while. But Rasi will finally get the last hit. Todak will use that chance, though, to start working on the turtle.
All right. At least that was a little bit cleaner. Now Siska trying to provide a little bit more pressure on his Keeman
gets the turtle? What? How? Gave trying to go back in, does eventually get the punish on Siska. That's going to be a trade onto the glue, but... Huh?
No, Stafa. I'm going to sound like a genius because I say, you know, between Fanny and Haya needs to farm and it becomes easier to get the neutral.
Okay.
I so saw this coming. Ooh.
I mean, yes, but...
Yeah, I know.
Geve is literally on the turtle.
I know.
He is kissing the turtle. Storm now getting kissed a little bit as well. Will be able to ult away.
I get it. I do. It's upsetting.
Yeah.
It's just the first game, Stava. We have more to come.
They were so close and then they drifted apart.
Yeah, and now looks like
Tsunami Slam onto Rasi. Ooh, big combo. Eternal Guard locks it down. Sihin gets the kill. Meanwhile, the grab gonna connect. But now we can see Magma dropping so low. SkyZ will finish them off. Does have the crossbow of Tang available on mobile. Will decide to pop it. Here comes Gebe from flank. Bit late to the party. Will go in. Those guys gets the double kill. Gebe misses. No!
Oh my
he gets
God.
stunned! Killing spree for Susin.
Oh my God. Oh my. Oh. Well, there you go. Right now, the EXO 4,000 gold ahead of Todak. What can Todak do now? Again, let me just remind all you all. Playoff life on the line. Oh.
Gebe's Fanny would be so good at the hole in the wall game show.
Oh. That was, Safa, let me just say, that was epic.
That was epic.
That was epic.
You could even say it was a grandmaster player.
Yeah, you could say that. Anyways, right now DxO, they're looking like they're, you know, being more in control. They're being more in control, and I can see why the Fanny wasn't bad.
Yeah,
definitely a gambit. Definitely a gambit.
It's a gambit, all right. The thing about a gambit is there's usually some risk, and well, you don't always win.
Well, right now, Magma, first item pick up, the fleeting time. They need to get kills for that fleeting time to really look good. Conceal being used. And Toda does not have the best of positionings here. In fact, looking at the Hayabusa, he's going to control the bottom wave. At the moment he's there, Todak should take the advantage and get some kills.
Yeah, but Todak just isn't really opening the map right now. Magma misses the tile strike, flickers in, Tsunami Slam pulls in Rasi once again. Zaman Force doing some good damage. Eternal Guard locks him up. They will finish off the Cho. In the meantime, though, we could see Siska in the backline with the grab. Gebe not really doing much in the backline for DxO either. As now we're not seeing any more casualties. Ogi Shadow Kill low jumps back in. Keeman picks up another on Magma. Stuck under tower for a short bit. Keeman's so low, Gebe.
You can do it, Gebe.
He cannot fight it! He nearly died! He does die! Crossbow tag! Killing spree for SkyZ! Double kill! Oh my goodness!
I straight up hear the BM cast laughing. Oh, that's not a good look. That's one of the plays of all time, stuff. Maybe I gave him too much encouragement. Like, oh, you can do it. You know, like if you hit people, right, it helps with your energy.
We want to cheer for the underdog.
Yeah.
But
I can't believe that Todak is the underdog. Let me just say that. I can't believe that they're the underdog here. Oh, hold on, Gabe. All right, he managed to get away. That's good.
That's good. That's an improvement.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I'm reading the chat, and saying that play was epic is actually looking pretty good now.
A little bit. Glorious Power comes out. Tidal Strike connects. Once again, pulls in Rasi. He's going to eat all the damage. Does fall the Zyme Sempo eventually. But so far, Todak have only been able to pick up the DxO Roamer.
I can't believe the Gabe is still killless. He hasn't gotten killed. Even Momo has gotten killed. Momo has 2 of them.
Maybe he's a pacifist.
Yeah, maybe he is a pacifist.
No violence.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't want to judge how people want to live, you know?
Yeah.
Let him, you know, do what makes them happy. And I feel like Gabe would be happy if he gets a buff. Don't think he's going to get it, though. Don't think he's going to get it.
I mean, he was getting them early.
Oh, yeah.
Like, DxO was giving it to... That was an ult, wasn't it?
At this point, maybe give it away to Shihin. Right?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, Shihin, you want the buff? You can have it.
I don't know if DxO will be so charitable anymore, though. Now that they have map control.
Oh, look at that.
Gabe! Oh, Shadow Kill connects!
Oh.
He's able to jump over the Magma, though. Lucky for Gabe.
Oh, that was almost cool. And now, yeah, it looks like they're not being charitable. Kimin is going to get this purple buff, and the Lord is going to spawn at a very long time. Todak, what they need to do is try to establish some kind of map control, or just hope that they get minions for Shihin to farm up.
Tidal Strike misses. This time, Tsunami Slam onto Siska. He gets terrified. Lockdown under the tower. Flickers out, though. He's still alive. Will eventually get melted down. Gabe gets his first kill of game. Wave the Dragon does connect with the Fanny. As now Kimin comes in, but it's too many members there to commit the Yogi Shadow Kill. Gabe looking for it again. Misses his ultimate. Hits SkyZ instead.
We watch, but we don't judge. We watch and we don't judge. But hey, look at that. He got a kill.
Too late.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's cool.
Tsunami Slam onto Kimin. He doesn't have his dash. Zyme Sempo slays the Hayabusa.
DxO, if you lose this one, man. If you lose this one, if I was your coach, you will not hear the end of it.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that next Riot coming out, you'll still remember.
Pretty much. I agree with you. If I was in that position, I would... Oh, two-man flicker. Jikundo gets the knockup, gets the kicks in. Storm with the mega kill. And the crossbow tank comes out, melts down Momo. Melts down Magma. It's a double kill for DxO.
10 seconds in. Oh, looks like
Gabe gets the shutdown. One shot, finally. Doing what Fanny is meant to do.
But the thing is, that might not be enough to stop, because that's Storm, that's the Jushin. The Jushin's job is done. If you can get SkyZ, now that's going to be different, right?
That is going to be different. That is your main goal. But at least with one member down, Todak are able to delay the DxO. They keep their mid inhibitor alive, but they're still going to have to surrender this Lord.
Oh, look at this Gabe. Gets the buff. Now that's a win con, Staffa. That's a win con. Gabe got that buff. Now you know. SkyZ, you're going to be ground Z. Because that's where he's going.
All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah,
We'll see if he becomes... Gabe, he sees him. Gabe flies in. Skies is actually surprisingly tanky.
I was about to look cool there because I called it.
You were?
Yeah.
Not quite ground Z.
Yeah. He's like a Cloud Z at this point. Like, he's still this guy, just like a little bit lower. Actually depends on depends on the cloud. I think some clouds are higher than others.
But would there be any clouds higher than the sky?
What is the sky?
Good question.
Right, and
we'll answer that after this. So now they're crashing in mid-wave. Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam on Rasi once again, but he's more than willing to take it. In fact, he's able to dash out. Immortality still intact. Crossbow tank comes out. Kimin executes it in the back line. Momo gonna fall as well. Unstoppable streak for SkyZ. Gabe trying to melt down DxO, but they're so tanky. They only lose one immortality. But Todak lose their crystal. And game one goes to DxO.
Now the question is, if DxO really wants to go to the playoffs, they gotta close this out 2-0. But Todak, I kind of feel like in that game, they should know what went wrong.
Yeah.
They can change it for game number 2, Staffa.
They can.
It's whether they want to or not.
There is a reason why teams are willing to play the Fanny Gambit. Let's just say, we don't have to point out the specifics. Let's just say that And I think our viewers can piece the rest in together. DxO looking a bit more comfortable here since their draft really pushed the game in a certain direction. Wasn't the cleanest, but it was a lot better than Todak.
It was good enough. It got the job done, right? SkyZ was able to stay in the sky. And honestly, Kimin has not looked all that great for the past 2 weeks. This time on the Hayabusa looks much more comfortable. But I do have to say, rarely do I see a jungler being very comfortable farming in his own jungle. Usually you will see some kind of invade just to take a camp here and there. We don't see that coming from Gabe because he just keeps on coming mid.
Yeah, the thing is, Todak really should have had a little more map advantage. They have Fanny, Kalea. They had mid-prio after killing Storm right at the beginning of the game. And Kimin was not disrupted at all.
Shoulda, woulda, couldn't, you know? Like, they had all the opportunities, but they didn't do it. But we trust the coaches of Todak, which, by the way, I only saw one. I don't know where Saiful is at. But Kuja should
He's working on chemistry.
You know what, folks? If you're studying for SPM, focus on chemistry. Biology, forget about it. But now we got to look at the MVP for this game, which is going to be interesting. I actually didn't even think about who was going to be the MVP for this one.
Maybe, I guess SkyZ. I think he played a pretty good 1-1, right? Yeah, it is. SkyZ will be our MVP of game number 1.
Look at that, all smiles, because he's like, I ain't afraid of no Fanny. Just dodge. That's what I did.
I control the sky. I'm literally named Sky. These skies belong to me kind of situation, you know?
All right, that's enough. That's enough.
You know?
Anyway.
You sure? The sky's the limit, you know?
Anyways, we're going to look at his item. And interestingly enough, he doesn't even have the golden staff. He actually go for a little bit more defense here. I would say Malefic Gun in this kind of situation, kind of defense, offense, because you're adding more range to yourself, right? So in a way, you are putting yourself in a better position to make sure that you don't get caught. And then having that Rose Gold meter as well does make it more difficult, not just for the Fanny, but for anyone overall trying to get to him.
How about the pull yourself together, inspire combo?
Hey, you just machine gun, you know?
This machine gun?
That's machine gun 1-1.
It's a very greedy choice to go for that because, like, yes, 1-1 has a built-in purify, but having a little bit more escape is usually good, you know? Or like more defensive emblems is good.
You don't need to defend yourself if they die first.
True.
Right?
True.
With more assists, the Inspire comes up every single team fight. Right? So
that is true.
Your job is to kill them. And he did 6 of them, and he helped with the other 6.
He holds a very inspirational position alongside DxO.
Almost 100% kill participation. Actually, not really. I can't do math. I forgot that the 13 was Todak, not DxO.
I mean, it's 2 turns.
Yeah.
It's 66%. That's pretty good, you know, for a goal laner, like, especially on 1-1 as well. You usually can't join fights too soon on a 1-1, especially when there's something like a Fanny on the opposite side. You're usually pretty vulnerable. But, yeah.
I don't know, chat. Answer me this one. The DX win or the Todak lose? You know, sounds like a simple question, but it's really about philosophy here, Stafa. It's really about philosophy and how you look at the game. But now, yeah, I actually feel like all the 1-1 players in MPL MY has been using pull yourself together, and so far they have not been punished. So maybe that is the optimal one right now, where you just want to be a little bit more aggressive. Because I feel like until 1-1's damage gets buffed, I think this is the build that they're going for. Once 1-1's damage gets buffed, either by her basic attack or her ult, then they might you know, change something else like a tenacity or something.
I suppose we do have to recall that Inspire is kind of an offense and defensive tool, since the faster you attack, the faster you can run away as well. If we look at the total stats overall, SkyZ actually doing the most damage across his entire team, which is again impressive as a 1-1. Especially when there's a hero like a Zusin or even a Hayabusa on your side as well. It just shows just how much presence he had on the map.
Yeah, and also looking at Todak here, everyone kind of did the same amount of damage, which is good and bad, right? Because you look at your Hyla's doing 20,000 damage, you look at your Kalia, 23,000 damage, and then you look at your Harif, 34,000 damage. Yes, the Harif is higher, but not that much higher. And it's not completely his fault because there are very good engages coming in from DX, either Rossi getting the Way of Dragon onto him, or Kimin just able to sneak in one of his quad shadows into the Harriv and then just getting a kill off there. Either way, DX Soul definitely played very, very well in this game.
Yeah, I think the EXO did a very good job of just controlling how Todak would move and then identifying weak spots in the roster. And Todak just felt a bit passive. Again, you have good early game heroes. You got mid lane on the bat. And then it didn't feel like there was any impact, right? It didn't really see much help for Zihin. It didn't really feel like Momo got much either. And we, of course, know that Geve didn't really get too much himself. So it really didn't go anywhere. That's why we see 3 out of the 4 in our notable players here going over to DX Soul, with Kimin having the rich guy, SkyZ being the carry, as well as Storm being the best wingman, Momo unfortunately having to be the sandbag.
You know, Staffa, if I was in the line of a Todak, right?
Okay.
Say I'm Zyme Senpoi or Shihin, doesn't matter, right? I feel like what I would be doing in between game 1 and game 2 is give the silent treatment. Give the cold shoulder. Just to one player. You know, pick your pick. Like that's like one of them, right? One of them. Just give the cold shoulder. And then if they ask like, hey, you all right? And I'm like, I don't know. What do you think? Did you hit your cables? Like I read a comment. People say that War Axe is only useful if you hit something.
True.
Like, you're right. You're right. That is correct.
You can only build up War Axe stacks if you hit something. And unfortunately, as we can see from our highlights here, it was not very easy for Geve to
Storm dodged the Fanny with no dashes.
He just walked. He literally walked away from Fanny. How can you allow that? Look at this. Like, no, I can't. I can't. I can't.
That actually does.
I can't.
Staffa, before we start the show, you were like, let's hope we have a good day.
Yes, I did. I did say that.
Yeah. And I did say, you know, we can have a good day or we can have a fast day. I'm worried we will not be getting both.
Probably not both. We can...
Probably not either. We will have a good day or a fast day.
Please at least have one. Please give me one. Please.
Game number 2, Todak's going to show up. Todak's going to show up. But will this finally be the game, Staffa? That DX Soul gets a 2-0. Let's hype that up.
That's true, actually. DX
Was
Soul...
that a good game, Mars? No. Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm gonna talk to the BM.
Okay. All right, he's gonna leave now, guys. This is our chance. This is our chance to talk about the experience that we have just had. I'm not gonna go up and say that my Fanny would be better because it's not. I can't cable at all. That was not much better than it though. Like I try to be impartial, you know, guys. I try not to call out specific players. It's a bit hard to not do that here though. A little bit difficult. A little bit tricky. I miss Yan Lord. Do you guys miss Yan Lord? Lafel, do you miss Yan Lord?
I miss a lot of things, stuff. Like him, sure, but give me a list. I'll write down from priority to, you know. I miss Giga, miss Moon, you know. A lot of things to miss. What is next? What is next?
Well, next is the miss cables.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stage. Looks like everyone is getting ready. I'm looking at Todak. They look fine. Looking at DxSoul, they definitely look much more.
I mean, that would make that's a game that would make anyone feel good.
Yeah, that would.
You know, right?
Speaking of which, you know what time it is? It's fairy shout-out time. And I got myself a fairy. It's in green color. At least that's what people told me, because I'm colorblind, yo. The official Mobile Legends esports watch, made in Switzerland with genuine Yuzong leather. Comes in 3 colors: green, black, and blue, etc.
It does look very nice. Every time I see you guys wearing this watch, I'm like, man, I wish I had a watch like that.
It's comfortable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I gotta try that Yuzong leather.
Yeah. Yuzong leather, man. I got the green Yuzong.
The green Yuzong.
I wonder how many others
what was it? The Jade Dragon skin, I think. Yeah. He has a. Does he have a skin for all of these? Because black is his basic. He has a green.
He does have a green. Because you know the one that looks kind of toxic. Like the one
Yes.
with the green fumes.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, that's green.
Does he have a blue? You guys can have a blue if you guys go check out Fairy Watch.
Maybe when we have a Dragon Ball skin collab.
Ooh.
Shenron.
Oh, we gotta have that now.
Right, and then
that's like necessary.
Like
nice.
Gord already has a Kamehameha, right? It's easy, just and then do something. Give something to Phoveus. Something to Phoveus.
Yeah, actually, it would work pretty well. You know, they're always teleporting all over the place anyway.
Right. Oh, look at this. Looking backstage, a lot of discussions coming in. Sheen looks pretty stressed. Even Ashi's there talking to Gabe, and then Gabe looks pretty nervous.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, why are people talking to me, man?
It looks like me after I played Fanny.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, yeah, let's not do that again.
That's why when Milo requests for Fanny, I ban it out. And look at this, guys. Catch the MPL MY merge. Drops live on TikTok Saturday, 17 May on 8 p.m. If I'm not mistaken, you guys can even get a bag as well. Look at that bag. Look at that tote bag. I think that's what they call it, right? Tote bag.
I think so, yeah.
Tote bag.
No, I think tote bag is correct.
Tote bag? Not tote?
Tote bag.
All right, there you go. From Starfire himself, tote bag.
I hope I'm not wrong.
It would actually be funny if it's the tote bag. The tote
bag. Tote?
In a tote.
Get your tote bag today.
Yeah. Get your tote bag while supporting Todak. What was that? I don't even know what accent was that. She's nice. She's cute.
Yeah.
Like,
focus on the model. Don't focus on what we're saying.
Yeah, of course, of course. The model, she herself, very nice. She is a gymnast.
Really?
Yeah, she walks the tightrope and everything.
Wow.
She can jump, and then she can fall down as well.
I'm once again unsure of whether you're telling the truth or not, but I'll take your word for it.
Hey, I'm pretty sure she can jump and she knows how to fall down.
True.
Do you guys know you actually need skill to fall down?
Or you just need like a banana peel on the floor.
And now we have a WhatsApp from Zyme Senpai against Vamos. How did you guys find back the Todak Langar spirit? And he said, sometimes coach gives us the ideas and we just go out and execute. But for the match versus Vamos, sat down and really opened up about the draft, the heroes, the playstyle. This time, the players spoke up more. We said what we wanted. Then the coaches discussed and made the final call.
Yeah, I think that's good. I think it's always very important for the players to also give their piece about like, hey, this is the hero I want to play. This is the style I'm most comfortable with. Maybe we can try this idea because different perspectives are always good.
Yeah.
So maybe,
especially from the people that's actually playing.
Yeah, maybe I hope they gave some perspective between game 1 and now 2.
I wonder what's the thing. It's like maybe we just can't play Fanny.
Maybe. I'm not a big fan of the Fanny, you know?
If this is going up, we might actually see Zyme Senpai jungle. Maybe he's like, let me play the Fanny.
Let me do it. And then who goes mid?
Bring in Yan Lord. Let him play the Fanny. I'm pretty sure he can.
I want to believe he
Anyways,
can.
Right
He's not
now,
here anymore though, so.
Todak bans out the Hayabusa, the Matilda, the Chip, and our coach Tio. Banning out that Jushin, that Phoveus. It should be a Kimi ban. Because if it's not a Kimi ban, Todak 100% gonna first pick.
Yeah, you definitely get rid of Kimi.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
First pick Kimi here.
Has to be.
It has to.
What are they giving up in exchange? That's what I'm wondering. But no, you go Kimi almost all the time. So now DX can pick up things like the Kalea's open, the Harif's open.
Harif, Hilda? You know,
yeah, true.
Yeah. That's good.
Now that they're on the red side, they can go Hilda, like we hypothesized in game 1. If DX is on red side, they might be less likely to ban it. They can definitely go for it here. Looks like they prioritize Kalea instead. Is this Harif? Yeah, same opening as Todak.
So they'll pick up the Fanny now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There.
I feel like Kevin probably plays a better Fanny, right?
No. People have been surprising us, Stafa. People have been surprising us.
Not in the best way.
Like, never assume. Right? When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
I see what you did there.
Right?
Yeah.
Never assume, guys.
Very wise. Very wise
Thank
words.
you very much. Master Ugui taught me that.
Thank you, Master Uguay. Gone too soon.
Yeah. Is he gone?
Wasn't he?
I only watched Kung Fu Panda 1. Did he die in Kung Fu Panda 1?
Yes.
Oh, he did? But I saw him still there in Kung Fu Panda 2. Oh, wait, no, that's
like a flashback, right?
Oh, yeah. Memories, man, memories.
Yeah. Good old Master Uguay.
This is very tanky.
Yep.
Now, honestly, crazy. Either I'm looking at the CC or even the export jungle.
Ooh, haven't seen an export jungle in a while, but it would be good here. Besides that, well, now DX Soul will no longer need to be worried about the potential Gatot counter to the Kalea.
That's true.
Kind of surprised Todak didn't go for Gatot instead.
Maybe they forgot.
I can cure the pain.
I mean, like, what would you want me to say? Maybe they just legit forgot.
That's like, you never want to be in a position where you say, maybe they forgot. You know, like, if you forget, then what's the coach for?
There's only one of them. Saifu's not there.
You're right.
Right, Saifu's not there.
You're
Maybe
right.
Saifu's at home foaming at the mouth. Got Well, Valentina picked up.
Valentina's interesting.
I think, legit, at least the Valentina has a dash so that when the Kimmy's all up in your face, you can run away.
True. There's also the thing where now Todak probably needs to ban Lucas. Because then DxO can just first pick Lucas second phase.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, honestly, Lucas and CC might be a problem, but between the two, I would agree. Yeah, the Lucas is a bigger problem because the Lucas can actually get onto Kimmy. Especially with all those anti-CC. You know what, my God, Moonton, you know how to balance heroes, man.
Yep. But did they actually nerf Joy that hard? It's like Joy is just gone.
I haven't tried her. And to be fair, I haven't seen her in rank as well.
Like they reduced 20% off of her alt scaling, which is actually pretty sizable, but
yeah.
Is it that noticeable? I feel like I need to try now.
I am
they ban on the Moscow here. So a good ban here would be the CC, the
you gotta ban Lucas.
The Lucas, they
don't.
Wait, why did ban? I feel like they're
Lucas, right? You gotta pick Lucas.
No, I feel like Hayawa, Hilda, etc. Like, and they have the Kimi. It should be okay against a Fredrin, no?
Yeah.
Right? Unless
this all handles a Fredrin perfectly fine.
Unless whatever their jungler is completely useless in the early game. What could it be, Ling?
Maybe like
Fanny?
No, please, not again.
All right, well,
not again.
You say that, but
that's like a bad movie getting a sequel.
That never happens, right?
Yeah, of course not.
So DxO right now, they're taking their time here. I really feel like they're taking their time for that EXP role. Or just pick up a jungler. You gotta Suyo?
Oh, really? Not Lucas?
Time to drop the
really?
Well,
okay,
now we get to see the joy. Now we get to see the joy, you know, see if it's enough or not. And now we get to see if this Kimmy is going mid or gold. And I feel like gold, there's still the Granger. If you want, you can pick up something like, I don't know, the carry, the Beatrix. I would prefer the Granger.
I still don't understand why you don't pick Lucas here. Lucas is so strong. You already have Valentina.
If they want to pick up a mid, maybe they could go for... Okay, they pick up the Claude. Honestly, Todak's draft looks pretty solid. I do like the draft.
It is pretty solid. They've got two really bulky front lines. Built up for early game. Late game scaling's really good.
I know now. I just remembered.
Okay.
Kimin can't use Lucas.
He can't?
He can't.
Really?
Gideon is going to be absolutely upset because Gideon keeps saying it's such an easy hero to use. But this is what I heard, you know, from other teams, scrims, blah, blah, blah. He has a very small hero pool, like surprisingly small. And you know what they also said? They said he also can't use the Suyo.
But he's right there.
Hey, you know, people change.
Is ready anytime.
Oh, okay, whatever. Sure, we go with the... Oh, okay, Kalea EXP. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That actually matches up okay into Hylos, if it was Hylos, but it's Hilda EXP instead, so Siska might have a tough time.
Tough is subjective. You know what? Like, people say games are tough. It is a matter of perspective. So, honestly, we do have to see if the Kimmy can actually provide a lot of pressure in mid. Because I feel like you should be able to give a lot of pressure in mid. The only thing that you have to watch out for is an off-tempo play from that Suyo going to the mid, like level 3, level 2, and just try to dunk on you. Because the Kimi does have a Purify, not a Flicker. So maybe just do what game number 1 did, but this time, do it on Zyme.
That is true, that is true. The roles are a little bit reversed here because now Todak is okay with waiting for the late game while DxSoul needs to create space for themselves early. A victory here would greatly increases the chance of this new team moving on into the MPL playoffs. So let's see if Todak can put a stop to their plans.
And right now we can see the Kimi getting that stack, and once it's almost full, goes to lane. The Kimi should win out the lane right now. So let's look at the lane here.
Especially with Magma tanking most of it. Valentina really has hardly any early game damage, so mid prio should still go over to Todak.
Yeah, looking at the emblem setup here, nothing too crazy so far, except that the Claude does have Master Assassin, so he's actually opting to bully SkyZ in lane. You gotta see if that works out.
Looks like Tidal Strike not gonna connect, so Todak successfully disengaged from this. They have so much scaling with Zyme, Senpoi, and Sihin that oh, Zyme, you're playing a dangerous game here just to get those minions. Will survive, though.
Yeah, he will survive, but yeah, that was very, very brave of him. I'm guessing, just like you said, honestly, like, not a lot of kill pressure coming in from the mid, even though it is Cho and Valentina.
Cho actually does more damage than Valentina at levels 1 and 2, so I guess Zyme is aware of that.
Right now, looking at the mid, Kimin is rotating a lot to the mid. Rossi goes over. He gets Zyme Senpoi, but Purify still being kept.
Soul Sever as well, just melting them down. Gebe comes in from the opposite flank. No one gonna commit just yet, since the turtle will be up fairly soon.
And right now, it looks like Kimin is getting a lot of the EXP from mid. I don't know if that's a good idea, because as a Valentina, you always want to have that level advantage against your opponent. Technically, you will always be above Magma, but still, I kind of feel like Kimin should have left the lane much earlier.
Yeah, I agree, but I think it's fine for now, since his goal is just the farm. Turtle now being controlled. Momo jumps on top of Kimin. He dashes in, secures the turtle. But the front line being dismantled. First blood being secured by Momo as Rossi falls. And Siska not going to be quite as lucky as Zyme Senpoi picks one up for himself. Blazing Duet up top. SkyZ actually losing out the trade to Sihin.
Yeah, the Claude honestly does have an advantage against the Harp. Actually, against most matchups here. And now Gebe is actually going inside the jungle of Kimin, trying to get something, and she almost killed SkyZ.
In the past, Harif used to be a lane counter to Claude, but nowadays, after many changes, Claude surprisingly holds up well and oftentimes wins duels thanks to just damage consistency.
Yeah, honestly, the big difference is, number 1, is you change the stack from 10 to 5. That honestly is a big change, making you win that lane matchup quite a lot. And honestly, the range, you just spam your Art of Thievery, and then you attack from afar, you know, bounce here and there, and then eventually the Harip does gas out of it.
So now, Storm in a lot of trouble here, a bit too deep, sir. Todak coming in from the flank, and he didn't even see it. This is a great start for Todak.
Great start for sure. And now, still trying to figure out what is DxSoul trying to achieve with this draft, because so far it does look like the players are autopiloting a bit, like they don't really have a game plan right now.
I mean, you just look at the draft and you can tell this is not a draft with intention. This is a draft you build with leftover Lego pieces from all of your other builds. There is no plan. It's just make what you can work. They're looking for a Zyme Senpoi now. Rossi goes in, gets slowed down with the Glorious Pathway though. Purify cancels the way of the dragon, and here comes Momo from the side. Kimin just barely dashes out, but again, unsuccessful from the EXO, and now Gebe looking for him, but he gets knocked up. Really nice play by Rossi. He'll end up sacrificing himself though.
Yeah, right now Siska on this Kalia, honestly not that big of an impact just yet. Not a lot of good catches. Maybe DxSoul still wants items a little bit. And right now we do see, like, when people say Kimin is not that... Oh, hold on, Stone. That's...
Stone? Hello, Gebe. Commits to... Huh? Why are you... Why are you there, Gebe? Why would you walk... Oh, my... Oh... I have nothing.
You know, it's okay. It's just one of those days, Tafa. Anyways, what I was about to say is that when people say Kimin is not that great on that Suyo, I think we're starting to see it just a little bit.
Wave the Dragon onto Momo. Glorious Pathway slows it down. A killing spree from Momo. Rasi will be the first one to fall. They are so tanky on Todak that they actually pick off 2! Double kill for Momo!
And this is why, honestly, like we were talking about how they need someone to destroy the tank or just destroy the front line. And honestly, no one from DxO can do that. Honestly, even Skyza would suffer a little bit.
Exactly.
Well. Ooh.
Disrespect. Skyza, disrespect. He still has the Flaming Duet.
Mel could have outplayed that, probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
He's just an ordinary marksman.
Yeah, it's just an ordinary marksman. Todak right now 3,000 gold ahead. DxO only having 1 kill to their name. Todak already has 8. Todak has full control of the map, and DxO, they don't have the pieces to solve the problem that Todak is offering to them.
Exactly, that's what I wasn't a big fan of this draft with. Again, the Lucas would have been so much better here, but hey, you can't really help it if your hero pool doesn't fit the bill here. Todak now with a massive lead in 6 minutes, 8 kills to 1.
I'm really worried that if Rasi gets a kick and they legit have no damage, so Rasi just helps out Todak by giving a free flicker.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's the problem. Because if you try to go and see Hinder's Zyme Senpoi, they both have Purify too. That means you actually have to commit both Rasi and Siska's ultimate.
Rasi trying to find an angle. Siska is there as well in case Gabe wants to jump in. Speaking of which, so far, I would say the Joy doesn't look that different. Like, maybe less damage, sure. I mean, like 20% is big enough, but doesn't seem like that big of a deal so far.
That doesn't seem like it. I think early game Joy won't be hit that hard. The 20% damage reduction is gonna really be noticeable in the late game though. So that's what I'm keeping an eye out for.
Yeah, right now look at Todak. They're pressuring mid a little bit, but so far Todak hasn't really hard committed on anything yet. You know, not hard committing on invading the jungle, not hard committing on pushing any lanes. Really just about like, I don't know, it kind of feels like Todak is just doing chores at this point.
Yeah, I do feel like they could be a bit more active with the lead they have, but it's still fine because Claude Kimmy, their late game is basically secure as long as they don't do anything too dumb.
Oh.
Siska will end up forcing the Purify from Sihin down bottom. It's a 1v1, Blazing Duet, clears the wave, keeps it shoved up. Todak knows that DX is down a man.
Yeah. They should see the Suyo now, so they can hard commit on this turtle because Kimin wants to 1v1 against Shein, and Shein so far is able to survive.
He just BMIs out all the while. Gebe is getting the turtle and DX again. This draft is not doing them any favors.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you just do nothing and then you hope your opponent makes a mistake. Still survives.
Yeah, I'm really not a big fan of the blind pig Valentina these days. It's so not good. I would have preferred something like a Novaria even.
Right now, looks like Gabe is invading the...
Rasi gets the kick, but the Electrifying Beast just comes out. Purple buff stolen once again. Another flicker spent by Storm in the mid lane. Blade Surge connects with Magma. Magma says, haha, that tickles. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
At least Skyzet is able to get that turret. Maybe after Skyzet gets the Holy Crystal, we see this draft and we're like, you know what? It makes sense. It makes sense. But for now, it does look like Todak is not going to give Skyzet a lot of opportunities to go for it.
Skyzet is just going to explode here. Flickers away. Just almost dodges away from Gebe. Electrifying Beast comes out. Glorious Pathway. They are so deep. Kimin going to melt as well. Double kill going over to Gebe. And now the Tsunami Slam trying to pull one backwards. But guess what? You have no damage. Blazing Duet comes out. Rasi going to be separated from the rest of his team. And Todak just runs him down slowly.
This is 11-1 Stafa. DxO only has 1 kill and it's on to Gebe. It would actually be kind of funny if Gebe is the only one that died in this game.
It would be pretty funny.
It would be pretty funny.
And he wouldn't even mind it compared to what happened in game 1. Mid side, Tidal Strike connects, but the tower goes down to Xin before they can really finish it off. Magma will fall, but they're trading so many in return. Siska and Skyzet gonna be taken off. Oh. My goodness, the damage from the double marksman comp. Kimin just basically didn't exist.
He just took it. Honestly, I feel like the attacks were so fast, Kimin couldn't process that he's taking that much damage.
Kimin felt what it was like to be a minion in that precise moment. And Rasi can't even do anything. They're just standing there. They're taking the mid inhibitor. And there is nothing DxSoul can do about it.
Technically, the minions are ninjas now. So
That's
Kimi
true.
knows how it feels like to be a ninja.
He knows how to be an unnamed ninja in the background of Naruto.
Yeah. Oh, dude, the difference is so big. Look at Shin. 8,000 gold. Sky's at not even 6,000 gold at this point. Over 2,000 difference. Todak has overall about 10,000 gold lead. Game 1 is so different from Game 2 here, folks.
It's literally all in the draft.
DxSoul always goes for Game 3. If you want to bet on anything, always Game 3 on DxSoul. Heck, at this point, if they go up against SRG and it goes to Game 3, I wouldn't even be that surprised anymore.
You're right, actually. You are right. That's just the trend. They gotta keep their branding on point, right? Right?
But actually, before this, they did get 2-0 by SRG. But, you know, like maybe in playoffs, we'll see.
Well, here comes the Lord mid lane. Glorious Pathway comes out as well. Rasi with the knockup, but Magma just stands there and eats all the damage like it doesn't do. Oh my goodness, the traction pulse! DxSoul melts away. Monster kill for Zion Senpai. And now they're just running them down. In 11 minutes, Todak has dismantled DxSoul and taken us to a Game 3.
If you guys want an analysis for this match, it's really down to the draft.
It's actually just the draft.
It's actually just the draft. Like, the gameplay, sure, you can definitely say something about it, but you just need good heroes to win. And I kind of feel like DxSoul, you got to get some kind of priority hero for Keeman, man. It's sad to say when there's so many different heroes are open, and you're like, oh, Sio's open. He can't use it. Oh, the Lucas is open. He can't use it. What about the Ling? He used it, and then his damage was lower than a tank. Do you know about that game, by the way?
Yeah, I remember.
His Ling has lower damage than a Kalia and a Hylos. He did 8,000 damage the entire game, so Keeman needs that Hayabusa.
Yeah, it does seem that way. There were so many ways they could have done the draft differently. I already didn't like the opening. Kalea Harif, on paper, you think
they gave
2 power picks, but then, like, you gave the Kimi away. You didn't ban the Hilda, and you let them pick it. You left the Gatot open, which you were lucky they didn't pick. And then you respond to a double tank Kimi come with Valentina.
And Suyu.
What's he gonna do? What are they gonna do? Novaria would have been better. Valir would have been better. Just go for a safe Vexana or something.
Honestly, yeah. Honestly, like, they didn't have to pick their mid at that point.
You could have picked Eve.
Let's look at the MVP for this game. It looks like it is going over to Zion Senpai on that Kimi. And Kimi, man, it's like she's not strong enough before. Moontan, go ahead and buff her up.
I do feel happy for Zion Senpai, though.
Yeah.
I feel like he always gets the short end of the stick. Now he actually gets to be a core, gets to be a carry. 607 on this Kimi. Hero's kind of broken, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Because it's Zion Senpai.
I can't believe we actually had a series. Actually, no, it's not one series. It has been a few series by now, but quite a lot of games in MPL MY. Fanny is not banned or picked up. 6-0-7 for Zion Senpai. In terms of the build, honestly, pretty standard. The only thing that I see the difference of is actually in the emblems itself, either Weakness Finder or Quantum Charge. I see a lot of Quantum Charge, especially in mid. Usually we see the Weakness Finder in the gold lane, but looks like Zion Senpai still uses it in the mid.
Yeah, I think Weakness Finder is a better emblem if you want to go for like the core scaling route, and then Quantum Charge is more of a utility route to take advantage of that mobility. That's why you see, you know, it in gold and mid respectively. But in this game, Todak are already planning to go for late game scaling. So they go in that direction, and it just so happened they had such a huge early game lead that, all right, you know?
Interesting point here, Staffa. For Todak, only 2 people died. And it's Gabe and Magma. I'm just saying.
Just saying.
I'm just saying.
I mean, it's expected from Magma.
Yeah, of course. There's going to be a lot of conspiracy theories here because even Momo didn't die, right? And he's just, you know, diving straight forward. DxSoul, like, I kind of feel like they lost when Hayabusa was banned. And then when there was a double tank lineup, and then they're like, there's no other hero that does stress tank, man. There's nothing we can do, man. We just gotta take it.
You could have gone. You could have gone X-Borg still.
Honestly,
you could have played Alpha.
Use a mid laner that uses a Wishing Lantern, and then your job is done. And then there's a lot of mid laners that can use that Wishing Lantern, man. I'm actually pick up a Chang'e.
I'm actually starting to dislike early pick Kalea.
No, I don't like it as well.
Yeah.
Even in my ranked games, I don't pick it up anymore. I'd rather just counter her.
Yes. Because like one Purify and instantly it's just, you know, all gone, right? And in this game, they have Cho and Kalea. So you could argue, hey, we have more than one CC, you know, we can bait out Purify, but then both their marksmen have Purify. What you gonna do about that? You know, it's too predictable in the approach.
The problem with Kalea is, if the enemy picks up a Kalea early, it's easy to counter by having two very tanky guys in the front.
Yep.
And then two people that can use Purify. You already lost the draft if you pick up the Kalea early.
Yes.
And then the second thing is that, like you said, you ulted, right? You use the Tsunami Slam. And the thing is, Kalea is going to be immune from crowd control. She's not going to be immune to damage. And what does that mean is that when she ults in, she spends so much time in the sky, she can't fight back, she can't heal. Even with all the defense items in the world, you'll still die because you have the stats of a support, not a tank.
And then again, you legitimately have no damage to melt Hylo's Hilda.
Oh my god.
You are just never, ever going to threaten the back line.
The funny thing is, Valentina did the most damage. That's funny. Oh wait, this is not funny. Skyza did 17,000 damage, Rasi did 13. Siska did 18.
Siska did more damage than Skyza.
Kalea EXP does more damage than the Harif.
Well, now we have definitive proof that Claude can be a counter to Harif. So maybe this will also tell teams, hey, maybe Harif doesn't need to be that prioritized in the draft either.
I kind of feel like one of the reasons why the Claude is strong now is because not a lot of good catch heroes, man. Right? Like, Purify solves all of them.
Yep. That is the thing, isn't it? And because of that, Todak are able to rack up so many numbers this game. Sihin had 903 GPM. Zaim Senpoi as the carry with 44,000 damage dealt nearly. Rasi having to eat most of the damage as the sandbag, and then Magma as the best wingman on the Hylos. Still think I thought would have been a better pick, but it is perfectly fine for the horse this game as well, since no damage. You need damage. This is a damage meta.
Yeah. All I want to say, Stafa, is that we hope for either a good day or a fast day. Again, we're getting neither of them. Did I say something haram on stream? I don't know if I said something haram on stream.
I feel like I just asked for too much.
Yeah.
Like the desire sensor is just too good. It's too strong.
Wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow's not fast. Tomorrow's gonna be good.
Okay.
Right, homeboy
All right.
SRG. No way it's not gonna. No way.
Maybe we shouldn't hedge our bets too early.
All right.
Maybe we need to say tomorrow will not be good.
Yeah,
that's what we need to do.
Tomorrow will be rubbish.
It'll be terrible. It'll be worse than now.
I spit on you. Okay, maybe too much. But either ways, looking at here, it really is all about the draft, you know? Like, hey, does Todak get the fanning? They lose. DX Soul, if Kimin doesn't get the Hayabusa, hey, you lose, right? So get a good jungler. Junglers are important. Junglers' life matters.
Again, I use the metaphor of this draft from DX Soul just being the leftover Lego pieces. It still is. Like, there's really no true direction as to how this draft is supposed to play, nor does it really have the correct solutions to the problems that Todak is posing to them. It doesn't match in scaling. You have nothing to melt. You have no early game burst. You have barely any power spikes to play around in comparison to Todak. And it's just all around a bad draft, to the point where even a team as tenacious as DX Soul is not able to do anything with it.
The thing is, my mother doesn't know about Mobile Legends, and I think even she doesn't like that draft. I'm gonna see if my wife complains. She hasn't complained just yet. Sometimes she does complain whenever she watches.
I feel like letting your mom see this game is the same as like giving her your laundry, because afterwards she'll say it was washed.
I don't let my mom do my laundry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
Yeah, of course, right?
That's good.
Right? Don't let people touch your dirty laundry, folks, because only you know how dirty it is.
That's bad.
Damn dirty.
That one is bad.
That one is bad. And we're gonna give free skins here, but only if you're here in Malaysia, because if I'm not mistaken, Stafa, this event is specific here in Malaysia, where we're celebrating the Wesak holiday. Did I see that correctly?
I think so.
Right?
Yeah,
Wesak,
I think
right?
so.
All right, Wesak free skin. Long story short, log in, play the game, and then you get the skin for free. But a little bit more detail here. Celebrating special treat just for you from the 10th of May up until the 23rd of May. Few days away. Join the Wesak free skin event and claim an elite skin absolutely for free.
Yeah, don't
There
miss
you go.
out. This is a limited time celebration, right? So make sure you guys join now so that you can show off your new look in the land of Dawn. So it's just a free skin. You just have to do some tasks and then you guys can get a skin. If you see on the screen right now, any of these skins you don't have, this is a great chance for you to just grab it.
Is it really free if you have to work for it?
Is anything truly free in life?
That's true. Is anything truly free? Because people ask me like, hey, are you free? And then I'm busy. Maybe that's not what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, no. No, usually when people ask if I'm free, I say I'm expensive.
I would say I'm affordable. Mahal. Have you seen that TikTok where the girl's like,
No,
look. So basically she's like, you know, selling her things like, our product is affordable. Mahal. And people are like, wait, which one is it?
Hold on. Something's not right.
In case you guys don't know, mahal means expensive. I'm pretty sure in Tagalog, mahal means something else. But here in Malay, mahal means expensive. So she's basically saying like, our product is affordable and expensive.
It's affordable for some people.
And expensive for others.
Yeah.
She's the clever one. I'm the dumb one. To be fair, I do have autism and ADHD.
It's a powerful combo.
It is a powerful combo. Today I did not take my meds though, because today I'm fasting. So I can't eat, I can't drink. So who needs meds anyway?
Yeah, you're already all full by watching these great games.
Full is subjective, Stafa. Because let me just say, watching that games, yes, I'm definitely full of it.
I'm full of games. I'm full of something right now.
Oh yes. That's air. I'm full of air. I think in Malay we call it angin, but in English it's gas. I'm full of gas.
Honestly, I've been full of gas recently too. I gotta do something about that.
Get some tola angin. Yeah, there you go. Shout outs to Indo, man. Shout outs to the tola angin. Push win.
Push win.
In case you guys don't know, it literally means push win.
It does actually. All right, let's talk about what needs to be done for game number 3 here.
Just get a good draft. Like, is it too much to ask for, Stafa?
I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think it would be difficult to ask for that. For an MPL, we need a good draft. Also, someone in the comments says mahal can mean love or expensive.
Oh, in Tagalog? Okay.
I guess so.
Love is expensive, though. Love is expensive.
That's true.
Have you guys tried to be in a relationship? There you go.
All right, let's see. So it's a Zeusin first pick, DxSoul on blue side once again. They did ban out Kimmy by Todak on the red, but they also steal away the Hayabusa. All right.
Oh, now DX is like, now what? Fanny?
I don't know.
Look.
The issue they had the last time they played Ling was that they picked it in the first phase.
Yes, correct.
So maybe if they want to go that again, pick it a little later might be good, but then Todak might ban it out.
Or just don't have a jungler.
Just no jungler?
Actually, maybe at this point, maybe you can pick up the Fredrin if you do want that Fredrin, and then save your gold laner later just to see what's the best.
True.
Right? Like at that point, maybe you can pick up something like a Beatrix or a carry, maybe even a Claude, right?
Okay, that sounds like Fredrin. Yep, it's Fredrin and then a 1-1. So the 1-1 is usually a good solution to tanky frontliners like this Fredrin pick. So DxSoul are just removing that as a possibility in advance. Combos well with the Zeusin as well. I was going to say, if Kimin does have hero pool issues, pick his hero in the first phase. And that's exactly what Coach Tio has done this time.
I just noticed in our MPL group, everyone's talking about game number 1.
Talking about what?
Yeah.
Game number 1?
Yeah, yeah. It was an interesting game, right? It was an interesting game.
Interesting is subjective.
Toda, I wonder if they would pick up the Harif here. I kind of feel like Harif has lost both games. Honestly, maybe just pick up the Claude. If not, it'll get banned out. Right now, it looks like the coach is talking to Zyme, and Zyme is saying no to something. They're picking up the Granger. Okay, okay. Honestly, this is a pretty okay lineup. Now it's just about the mid, because Jushin doesn't deal well against long range like the Eve, like the Farsa. So maybe try to cut down some of that, especially the Eve, because traditionally you do pick up the Eve to go up against the Frederick.
True, true. That would be a pretty solid solution here. Let's see if those heroes do decide to get banned out. Looks like Todak gonna take their time with this one. They already know the rough rubric of what the EXO is going to be playing around with the Threadrin in the front line and then the 1-1 in the back. Having some good dive already on their side is solid, since they have the Hayabusa to potentially jump the 1-1. Let's see what else they combo it with.
Oh, I got some info. Apparently, Saiful is feeling sick.
Oh,
yeah, that's why he couldn't come today. So hopefully he does get better and
messed up his chemistry.
Stop it, Staffa. Stop it. Yeah, let the man breathe. Anyways, they ban out the Farsa, and again, I kind of feel like they should opt to ban out that that Eve as well. Unless there's another pick that I just really can't think of right now. Honestly, the Faramis is a good counter towards the 1-1. Once a time ago. That is something that they can consider. If, you know, like maybe later they can pick up the glue again. Like ban the Faramis and then pick up the glue and then just deal with the Eve.
Yeah, I can definitely see that where that's coming from. Artillery in general is gonna be, oh, okay, yeah, that's fine actually. Zone control. But Eve is arguably more dangerous in zone control. So getting rid of Zask is interesting. But oh, Todaku in a completely different direction. The Zyme Senpoi Aloy.
I'm thinking, what will be the EXP here? Because there's a lot of good combos that you can have with the Lui. Because I'm thinking of the Lui and the Hayabusa. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Arrow Game 3 against SR.
Oh!
Benedetta! Oh, this is the EXO going back to the comfort. Back to the comfort. Came in utility, and then Siska like, sit your ass down. Let me play damage.
If you're worried about the Loi Haya split pushing, Benedetta deals with all of that, right? You just have your waves managed across the map. And then one of the easiest ways to catch the Hayabusa, he jumps in front of you, you bite him on this Franco. All right. A very interesting draft from the EXO.
Could be a good draft. It could be a good draft. You know what I worry about, Staffa? Here's one thing.
Yeah?
Where's the damage? For that mid trio, like Siska can deal damage, Wama can deal damage for sure, but like, you know, maybe Fredrin, Jushin, Franco, a lot of control. I just want to see what they got the damage or
It just means that the mid trio is more utility. They're just slowing down the fight.
So no early aggression then?
No.
Right? Just farm, just farm.
Unless like Rasi starts walking around hooking buffs or something.
I do not like when people hook my buffs, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah. A hooked buff is a bad buff. Wait, what?
It's not the buff's fault. Why are you blaming the buff? It's not like they asked for it.
Look, casting is difficult stuff, okay?
I understand.
Back off!
I understand.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, let's see what happens here. Game 3. Both teams looking for points to move up in the rankings and secure themselves in a better position for MPL playoffs. This is Game 3 between the EXO and Todak.
And right now, I do want to see, in terms of the emblem set, I want to see what Siska is rocking here. And it looks like, yes, it is going to be full-on damage. Even, honestly, having that Petrify kind of solidifies that you're going damage, because you always have this feeling. What if this is just like a up?
Did he steal it?
Yes. Look, I gave it.
Magma took it.
Good news, bad news, right?
No!
Good news, bad news. Good news, Todak got the buff. The bad news, it was a Gebe.
It was not Gebe. Magma.
Why is it always Gebe Magma? Why is it always these two?
They're just a dynamic duo, Lafel.
They are a duo, that's for sure.
At least, yeah, like Magma probably doesn't know how to feel about it. It's like, okay, I took the buff back, but what did it cost?
Did Gabe not retreat just now? Because when the hook lands, there is a small animation for you to respond, you know?
There is.
Because here's the thing.
Surely they would have been prepared for that.
Because here's the thing, right? If Rasi had the buff, that means he stole it with the hook, right? But the fact that Magma got the buff, that means it was hooked over the wall.
Yeah, it still survived.
Still survived, and then Magma took it. So I feel like
he didn't retreat.
That was the time that Gabe could have retreat, or he just retreat early.
I have no idea. We're gonna need to check that back. For now, though, Siska gonna get knocked off, taking a lot of damage. Eye for an eye, though, will get him out. Ooh, get it. Ooh, baits the petrify.
Yeah. Gabe did that even without the purple buff. Isn't that impressive?
That is impressive. It's a far cry from his fanny.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let him live that one down.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna join you on that one. So right now the the turtle has been started, came in, takes it very fast.
Another hooked on the purple. Just slows it down this time. Geve should still get it.
He just hit level 4. He just hit level 4.
That's what happens. Oh, look at Rasi. Look where he is already.
Just grief him. Like at this point, it doesn't even matter if you win or lose. Just make him feel bad.
It's just sending a message.
Yes. Just make him cry like a baby. or a teenager.
Magma gonna land the title strike. Surprisingly not committing the Tsunami Slam on Stone. Flickers in for Rasi instead.
And apparently I do get confirmation. So Gabe used the retreat early.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
So when it was being leashed, he already retreated. So that's
good
why.
To know.
Yeah.
Diversion play comes in. The backup Magma. Keemin a bit deep now. Gonna get his dash stop. Glorious Pathway also slowing him down. The rest of Todak working on finishing the orange buff first. Keemin gonna tank all the damage. Does he have his ultimate? No. Praise's Wrath gonna be cancelled. First blood over to Gebe and then pick up Rasi as well as the rest of Todak run down the EXO. Purify spend the Sky Z. He just barely dashes away.
That's the problem when you don't have the damage, man. Right? Like there was he tanked that for a very long time. But there was no punish. No one can deal damage to Todak, and then Todak just did whatever they want. And now Gabe wants to get Stone.
He doesn't actually have Ogi Shadow Kill, but he baited out Stone's ult with that.
Yep, the Crimson Beacon is down. Rasi, 12 seconds in. Are you going to hook that buff again? And Time Senpai showing that why him on that Lu Yi is very dangerous.
This guy now going to be ganked by 2, jumps back into the tower and gets Law and Ordered. That's another punish from Todak.
And now Todak has the better spacing here, Starfire in the game. The EXO looking like they are in trouble. In trouble for sure. Maybe up until Siska gets 2 items, because I think he already has the 100 Strike. I think
it's really important for TXO's side laners to be doing well, right? Because they're basically giving up mid advantage in order to make sure that, like, oh, here comes another jump in from Geve. Purify forced out from Stone. Barely any committal from Todak.
Yeah, and now it does look like Todak is gonna get this turtle for free. I don't see how DxO can really fight back at this point. They don't have the damage. They gotta wait for time. They gotta slow the game down somehow.
They do get a bot tower though. Oh, the flicker hook! They actually find one! But it's not the target they were hoping for. Magma just flickers back out. Tidal strikes back in. Tsunami Slam pulls them out. Crossbow of Tang, but SkyZ just doesn't have items yet. It's not enough damage, so that means Keemin will go down. Meanwhile, Siska looking for the Petrify Alexo! Picks up Geve in the backline. Momo looking for Rasi, but he dies to the tower! It's a mess from both teams.
You know what, Stafa? If someone texts me and he asks me, like, how do you determine the draft has no damage? Well, if you hook someone inside the turret and they still don't die, lo and behold, you probably don't have enough damage.
It's usually a good sign, yes.
That's a pretty good sign.
Very, very obvious sign.
It's one of those signs where I don't have to tell you about it. You should know.
It just pops out at you subconsciously.
It's like an alien. You would know one when you see one.
I mean, not necessarily. They might still look like us.
Yeah, because they could shapeshift and stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You never know.
I heard that they could be gray, they could be green, right?
True.
Like whoever made that myth, like they could be green or gray, they chose colors that doesn't represent any other race. Pretty smart in that one.
True, that's very
Unless
smart
there
of
are
them.
great people out there, I forgive. I forgive. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know about you guys.
I forgive. It sounds like you're a gray person.
I could be, man.
You could be. You are colorblind.
People have been saying that I am weird.
True.
English is difficult. Let me tell you that.
It is quite difficult. Just as difficult as the game is right now. Somehow, despite everything, though, the EXO have the slight goal lead.
Wait, how?
I think it's probably because of Siska split pushing.
Hey, shoutouts to Siska, man. Right now, DxSoul 500 ahead, and the third turtle is gonna come up. SkyZ now having the Demon Hunter sword maybe does have enough damage, at least to take down the Hylos.
Maybe. Let's hope so. For now, the turtle gonna be contested once again. This time, DxSoul are the ones in control of the objective. But it's a bit hard for them to really walk up on it. Siska gonna be looking for the flank.
But they should know that Siska is there, right?
Hard
TBT.
to say. Diversion play. Only Zyme Senpai goes through. They're looking for the mid lane flank on Storm and SkyZ, but they don't find it. Instead, Tsunami Slam just to pull Demon away from the turtle. Is it going to be secured by Gebe, but they pull back Magma instead with the hook. So it's a turtle for a roamer.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if it's really worth it, but you know what? It might be worth it. It might be worth it because you're giving gold to the entire team and then letting go of your roamer. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what?
It is.
I know why. Gabe asked him to do that.
Another hook, this time onto Momo. They're not going to commit on that, though.
Gabe asked him to do that because he's like, you took my buff, didn't you?
Pretty much.
So?
Yeah.
So, sacrifice
that's exactly his job in the first place, right? Ooh. Another diversion gonna be started out. They pull the entire team over Rossi! Realizing he's in the wrong neighborhood. SkyZ does get the crossbow tank, but he's a bit too far away. Meanwhile, Tsunami Slam gonna pull Keeman back into the base. Then the Priestess Rock gonna cancel once again, but the crossbow tank does so much damage alongside the electro final blow. DxSoul running down Todak, but he still don't have enough damage. SkyZ gonna be sniped away, and the Yin Yang reaction pulling Siska away from Sin. It's a triple kill for the Todak goal laner.
Dude, Zyme Senpai is playing an amazing game. Look at the back. Can Gabe get it? No, he cannot. But what a diversion. Like the moment Rossi came in, I feel like his entire life flashed back against him. He's like, this is what I did at kindergarten.
Like this is where it ends. This is my final moment right there. Glorious Pathway secures the mid tier 1. Heeman still able to secure his purple against Gebe, but that definitely was the advantage Todak was looking for.
Now Todak, this is like the biggest lead so far in the game. 1,600 gold here. And we definitely see that Todak, 5 against 5, they do have the advantage, especially with Zyme Senpai with that Yin Yang reaction, now having that glowing wand, so able to deny any kind of heal. This is going to be massive for Todak. And right now, diversion just to move closer towards the Lord. DxSoul, they have to balance this out. How do they play as a team without clumping up together? Because you don't want that reaction to go up every single time, because if you do that, your damage dealers, they're not going to be doing much.
Glorious Pathway slows down DxSoul once again. Keeman gonna be Tsunami Slammed into the Lord. Meanwhile, Gebe jumping around. Who's gonna get it? Keeman goes down on Double Streak to Sihin. So Gebe secures the objective. Flicker forward. Bloody Hunzo catches Sihin. Double kill for Siska. And make it 3 as SkyZ picks up Momo as well. Siska chasing down the backline. Gonna get punished for it though, as Gebe picks up the return kill.
Yeah, and now DxSoul, if they can at least get mid, then they're in a very good position, because at least then, after dealing with the Lord, start controlling that buff, because that's what Fredrin is supposed to do, right? Against all these assassins, just force yourself inside of their jungle and then push them away. The only reason he's not able to do that in this game is just because they don't have enough damage, right? Because sometimes when we see a Jushin, you see a roamer that can deal some form of damage. But this is Franco. Franco can't do much here.
Yeah, Franco really can't do much. In fact, Franco can't really even stand in front. Diversion gonna be used to send more members up to support the Lord, but DxSoul doing a good job of making sure that it doesn't really connect with any towers. So despite Todak getting the objective, I think DxSoul will still come out on top in this one.
Yep. At this point, Keeman should give the buff over to someone else. I would even argue maybe give it over to Siska. Oh, hold on.
Oh, they'll find Keeman. He dashes away though. Looks like Todak will only be able to translate this to a top tier 2. Momo gonna get picked up. but he's way too tanky for them to commit on.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Storm should not have brought it over to Kimin. Like, Kimin's tanky boy, but if he's like, whoa, nah, I don't want to take this fight.
Yeah, I think even the... Oh, they hooked Gabby! Why are you standing there, sir? Now the jump forward, Crimson Beacon by Storm. They're trying to slow down the rest of Todak. Glorious pathway used to escape.
Not gonna lie, I was looking away. And then afterwards, like, Gabby was already there. This is the thing about this catch heroes, man. You can miss like all your hooks. You just need one or two.
Yep, that's all it
really
takes.
Changes everything.
That's all it takes. I'm reminded to the times when Todak played Atlas back in MSC a few years ago. At one play, that's all it takes.
They also played Atlas Jungle.
We don't talk about that.
All right. They were number 4. They lost to Singapore.
We don't talk about that either.
Yeah, in case you guys don't know your history, you know, some things is hard to forget. I'm a very forgetful guy, but that's one of those things that you just don't.
Is this one of the games that you'll remember?
Oh no, I don't mind forgetting this. Yeah, I don't mind it at all.
Yeah, neither do I.
I might remember the first one though. The first one was very memorable.
Very. It's always the most memorable things that are memorable for the wrong reason.
Right. Yeah.
Looks like Momo will scout out the Exo here. Next Lord is coming up in 15 seconds, and thanks to Siska's split pushing, the tower score is actually even.
Yeah.
Net worth difference also basically 0.
And now Siska again just controlling the side lanes. I'm still waiting for that diversion coming in from Zyme Senpai, because you're looking at them and they're moving as a team here. So they're waiting for an opportunity. They just don't know which bush that they want to go into.
Oh, they used it to get closer. They will engage in the mid lane. The Flicker Turtle Strike gonna get purified away by Storm though, and the Winter Crown keeps Kimin alive. Gabby cannot find the angle in, but the Depth Sonata doing so much poke damage. Storm gonna be forced to back off. Glorious Pathway also comes out. Multiple resources spent, but still no casualties yet.
Rossi, a good hook, can win the game. Oh, Gabby!
Gabby gonna look for Siska. Commits the Yogi Shadow Kill. A final blow though. Gonna disjoint it with the iframes, but that means no Benedetta ult.
Yeah, but again, like Siska still has that Petrify, so maybe a good engage can give DxSoul the win, because at this point, oh wait, it's only 13 minutes. I thought it's like 16 or 17 at this point. The game feels longer than it really is. I'm actually surprised it's only been 13 minutes.
That's the theory of relativity right there for you. Sometimes things are just a little... Sometimes things just last longer. Not usually good things.
And now the Lord... Sorry, I had so many things in my head to say, but none of them are good. Anyways... Looking at a good hook, but that's against Momo.
They do commit the bloody hunt for it. Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam pulls in Kimin though. He's gonna be sacrificed. Sky Piercer picks up the kill. Meanwhile, the finish off Momo as well. Killing spree going over. Gabby nearly melts away, but Zihin picks up the double. Electrifying blow. Siska finds Gabby in the back. The Lantern Flare gonna pick up 2 members of Todak, but now Siska's the only one left over. Triple kill from Zihin. Siska! With the shutdown triple kill! He survives with the immortality!
Yo, Siska is like, yeah, just give me the better than that. Okay, I thought he was
gonna try.
Right, I thought he was like, you know what, Mage against Assassin, I got this. I'm that guy. But no, he's just clearing up the minions, and honestly, very good, because if they lost that inhibitor, like in terms of macro, it's gonna be very difficult for Todak to really do anything.
Oh man, Siska doing so much work right now though. That was 100% a fight that Todak won, if not for the last minute turnaround. I didn't even realize he had immortality. I thought like Zyme Senpai was gonna be the last one alive on the map. But now it's even once again.
Right, I'm just looking at the situation of map. SkyZ now having some anti-heal in his kit, so even if his team is not around, he can do something with this. And they're leashing the Lord, but really I kind of feel like DxSoul, what they really have to do is just get a good hook. So just let him in. Oh,
they flicker in though with the Tidal Strike. They're gonna engage straight away. Rossi is already taken out of the fight. Lantern Player gonna pull Momo back forward once again. Revitalize expended. DxSoul 1 man down.
Yeah, but again, it's Rossi. You're like, it's still serviceable. the thing that DxSoul really has to be careful of is honestly Zaim Senpo. You don't want to get caught in that yin-yang reaction, because if you do, Shin is just going to free hit you all the way. It looks like they are going to give that Lord up. I feel like it is a good idea. Just protect your base, man. Just protect your base.
Glorious pathway to cut off SkyZ. Momo just making sure Todak can work on the tower, but he ends up giving away the crossbow. Winter Crown comes out though. Tsunami Slam purified away. Crossbow tank comes out. Demon sacrifice. But here comes the flying 1-1 double kill. Triple for SkyZ. They're chasing it out. It's a maniac. It's savage. SkyZ wipes out the kings of the ocean. DxSoul turns it around.
Oh my God, at this point, how do you choose the MVP? The guy that got the savage or the guy that saved you the game, Siska? DxSoul, they're gonna do it. They're gonna beat Todak.
The reversal, the tenacity of these new lineups, the 2-1 team. Momo and Magma are back. Can they stop it? Can they clear the minions? DxSoul will work on the crystal. They'll take it down. DxSoul has taken the game from the Swordfishes.
Look at Rossi. I'm seeing it like he ran over there so fast. He's like, take that, boy. Playoff life. Just dream about it, man. Oh, this is going to be much tougher for Todak to save it, because they've always went to the playoff stopper. What if this is the season that they don't?
So many veteran teams whose statuses this season are now left in the air. New blood, new generations, dethroning previous champs. The fans showing their support. DxSoul does it again.
Dude. DxSoul, they have improved, man. They were able to take down Todak, but hold on. They want to get Todak. Todak want to get Vamos. So how does that triangle work? But now we got to throw it over to Rose onto the stage.
Dua berbalas satu untuk DxSoul, dan itu adalah satu perlawanan, especially that last war yang sangat-sangat sengit. Now, sebelah Rose ada Coach Theo dan juga Kimin. First of all, congratulations. That last fight, whoa, that was kind of crazy. I see that you guys are macam shaking. Coach, how are you feeling right now?
Nervous.
Nervous. The playoffs dream is still very much alive. You guys can still fight for the playoff slot. Now, Coach, maybe we can start with you. We can see that, you know, from that match, it was very, very intense. However, you guys started this season going up against what people would call the stronger teams. Do you think that your team actually learned a lot from that?
To be honest, yeah. Wait.
Got this.
Galing na lang ako.
Okay, go ahead.
Mas marami sila natutunan nung mga mistakes namin before. Kasi mas nakikita namin yung mga problema namin in game. And then after that, Phoenix namin usually before Todak, inayos namin lahat ng mga problema namin, macro, micro, mga ganun. And then yung power hero namin.
I see. Now, Rose actually tanya sebab kita tahu beberapa minggu lepas ni, actually DxSoul punya first few matches ialah teams yang kita boleh cakap agak kuat untuk musim ini. And I tanya kalau DxSoul dapat any knowledge from that matchup, and dia cakap actually the team managed to improve a lot in terms of micro and macro, which they managed to apply untuk perlawanan up against Todak untuk minggu ini. And I think we can see, especially the power picks. Now, speaking about the power picks, okay, I'm going to ask you, we don't know if he's going to be the MVP, but I'm going to ask you, as a coach, we know that Benedetta is not the meta. Why Benedetta?
Comfort pick of Siska.
I see. Okay, later, if he is the MVP, we don't know. I'm going to ask him later. Now, Kimin. Okay, Kimin, dulu dekat MAL selalu jumpa Shihin kan?
Betul.
And kalau tengok track record, Kimin punya track record tak bagus macam tu lawan Shihin. Adakah you rasa dah macam puas hati dapat kemenangan atas Todak hari ini?
Sangat puas hati sebab kita tak pernah menang lagi lawan dia orang. Even dekat tournament mana-mana pun selalu kalah kan. Tapi kali ni kita dah dapat pantai balik dia orang. Happy lah. Happy gila.
Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada Shihin?
Untuk Shin, masih ada harapan untuk playoff. Just do your best.
Betul tu, masih lagi ada harapan untuk playoffs. Now speaking about playoffs lah kan Kimin. Kalaulah dua-dua pasukan Todak dengan DXO layak ke playoff, awak nak jumpa lagi ke tak Shihin sekali lagi di playoffs?
Kalau ada rezeki boleh je.
Okay. Ada tim mana-mana yang you nak jumpa lagi dekat playoffs kalau layak? Any rematch yang you memang nak?
I think MV.
Monster Vicious. Okay. Itu adalah satu benda yang menarik. Kalau layak, mungkin kita boleh nampak lah kan. And with that, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. In 3, 2, 1, MVP jatuh kepada... Stop. Jatuh kepada... Siska! Bennett Ziska. Okay, Ziska, jom naik ke atas pentas teman kita. Okay, sini di atas pentas. Rose nak borak dengan Ziska. Bennett Ziska. Okay, ini adalah satu ayat yang menarik ataupun title yang dia panggil diri sendiri dia. Okay, jom MVP perlawanan ini. Now Ziska. Congratulations.
Ya, thank you.
Rose baru je tanya coach, kenapa pick Bennett lah kan? Dia cakap it's your power hero. Tapi in your opinion, kenapa you nak sangat main Bennett?
Sebab hero power saya lah. Memang dari MAL lagi.
Dari MAL lagi dah power?
Betul.
Okay, now you rasa tadi Bennett you adalah satu reason kenapa korang menang ke?
Mungkin, tapi tak juga. Sebenarnya Z kat end doang. Saya just buat je saya lah.
Okay. Now, kita tahu dekat Liga ni ada satu lagi player yang padu main Bennett. Which kita semua tahu daripada beberapa season selepas ni, orang selalu respect Bennett dia. And that is Smooth.
Smooth.
So, in your opinion, siapa punya Bennett lagi padu? Sejujurnya.
Smooth lah.
Smooth. Okay, so kalau jumpa nak lagi ban your Bennett ke nak tengok Bennett dia macam mana?
Nak tengok Bennett dia dulu lah.
Nak tengok Bennett dia. Okay, nampaknya humble hari ni selepas menang. But before we wrap up this interview kan, mungkin Rose boleh pinjam Rasi sekejap. Rasi? Ada Rasi ke? Okay, Rasi come. Sini. Just one question je untuk Rasi. Rasi, apa jadi tadi? Apa yang jadi tadi?
Tak, sebab aku dekat dengan Chibi, jadi be humble, GB.
Oh, wow! Balas dendam untuk kawan.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what, Rasi, the mic is with you. Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans DXO yang hadir untuk sokong korang?
Oh, nak cakap?
Anyone?
Untuk fans DXO, terima kasih sebab hadir, my family, also my friend, and Todak fans also, thank you for coming. We will do our best after this. Yeah.
Okay, terima kasih kepada DXO and congratulations atas kemenangan hari ini. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Man, Mustafa in MPL MY, you can't taunt, man. Like,
just can't.
Like, Gabe did it to Chibi, and then Rasi is like, oh, you just opened the doors, man.
Just be humble, man.
Just be humble. Like, isn't it?
Honestly, though, I have missed.
I do miss it.
Getting direct call-outs on stage, man. We have not had that in such a long time because, like, all the usual taunting players are either not active anymore or have become more disciplined or just they just don't win. You know, it's like it's been so long since we've gotten something like that.
Yeah. In case you guys don't understand what Gabe did, Rose was asking like, hey, why'd you taunt Toda? And then he was like, oh, it was a message to Gabe, you know, because he did it to Chibi. So now I just want him to know, you gotta stay humble, my guy.
So good. It's almost as good as Siska's gameplay. His Benedetta, while definitely SkyZ was the one to get the Savage, the second player of the season only to get a Savage. Siska was the one setting it all up. That Benedetta getting the wave shoved up in the backline, and then even having that play where he turned the entire fight around, getting 2 last-minute kills. This man has a Benedetta to be feared.
You know, Staffa, I made a joke last week.
All right.
Because we're talking about how Todak, like Gabe taunted Chibi.
All right, yeah,
and then people were like, why did he taunt? And then I just say like, what if that's the only time that he gets taunt? what if that's the only time that he won?
Oh.
So far they only won once with this lineup, right?
That's all they got.
They even lost to DX.
You know,
DX is making ML look super good right now.
Actually, right? Again, so much respect to DX Soul for their tenacity. They've shown that they have the potential. They have the mechanics. Their gameplay is directed. They're able to be the ones that take the initiative. They know their comfort pickups. If they work on their hero pool a little bit, I feel like they really will grow in MPL, because Game 2 really was just a draft problem.
Yeah. You know, DX Soul, they haven't won a lot of games, but I kind of feel like showing your boss, we haven't won a lot, but we won against Todak.
Yep.
It's kind of like, okay, you know what? Yeah, you guys are doing good.
And Todak won against Vamos.
So
by proxy,
although DX has fought Vamos and Vamos won 2-1. But to be fair, I think either game 1 or game 2 it was close. DX could have won. So yeah, DX Soul is just showing week by week they're getting stronger. Or Todak week by week is just not doing that.
Man, this season of MPL has been so... I had to do my power ranking last week and I had so much difficulty in the middle.
Just do 1 or 2.
The front and the back were okay, easy.
Yeah.
The middle was just a hodgepodge, you know. It's so many weird interactions between these teams, but I am glad to see DX Soul continuing to improve. SkyZ is now the closest player to reaching the Savage count of Innocent. I think that's a status he can really flaunt.
Yeah, for sure. SkyZ, man, like, give him the opportunity and he will fly. Like, he makes that Sky name very proud for sure. Shein does deal a lot of damage in this one. 79,000 damage dealt. Like, it is just coming off to the pickoffs, right? Siska, honestly, dealing a lot of damage, 40,000 damage dealt. And honestly, it is about the interruption. Because it's one thing to deal out the damage. It's also another thing, like, making your opponent panic. Like, he disrupts the backline. And we haven't seen a damage EXP for a long time. We haven't seen the Yuzong. We haven't seen the Lapu Lapu. And then now you just introduced us this Benedetta.
I miss the damage EXP lane meta. Those were my days, you know. I do wish that we get a little bit more of that back, but it's happy to see some of its vestiges still hanging around. If we look at the overall statistics, actually, Sehin was the one with the rich guy and the carry having the overall highest damage and GPM, and then Momo was the sandbag eating over 120,000 damage. In fact, DX was only able to secure the best wingman position for themselves in the hands of Storm. The problem is, even though Sehin was doing the most damage in the game, almost all of Todak's damage was front-loaded onto him. Even Gebe did very little DPS in comparison.
Yeah. I don't know, like, if I was in Todak's camp, I don't know what to talk about at this point, right? Like,
Zayed?
that's an opener. Like, someone will open the floodgates and be like, crazy idea. Crazy idea. What if? What if? We just bring back Zayed. And then you can tell the entire room goes silent.
Maybe Yan Lord as well.
Waiting for that one person to be like, yeah.
Yeah.
Right? But Kuja did say that he will keep this lineup all the way to the playoffs if they make it to playoffs.
He also said that the only role they might change is jungler.
Oh, that is correct.
I
honestly, I'm surprised after game 1 they didn't do it immediately.
I'm sorry, Geve. I don't want to call out any player specifically, but I have not seen good things from him.
His Hanzo was good.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
See the positive stuff. Toda had 18 kills to DXOL 17. DXOL, not that great. He only had 17 kills. Look at Toda, man, 18 kills.
You sound like a ranked player.
Oh yeah. This is for all the Todak fans that are coping.
Pretty much.
Because I've seen on Facebook, you know what I've seen, Staffa? People are talking about how, you know what? You're a coward because you're playing the objective. How dare when the opponent is having a team fight and then you're split pushing. Coward. That's the kind of brain rot I see on the internet, Staffa.
To be honest, I kind of agree with that sentiment.
Oh, well, okay.
So, it is very annoying to lose the split push, but it is a strategy. It is part of the game. That's something you always have to keep in mind. And early on in this game, Todak was actually doing a good job. Again, we were talking about how the mid trio from DX just doesn't really have a lot of burst and pressure. So Todak had a good lead, but kept really giving it up. There were a lot of situations where the synergy was not perfect.
Yeah, looking at this fight as well, if we take it off of Gaby a little bit, honestly, some players from Todak does have pretty bad positioning, like Momo. There are some fights where he opened up where I feel like he didn't have to be there, or at least there was some kind of miscommunication in terms of what either Momo was the one that got a miscommunication or someone else, because the team fight was really split where Momo was too far ahead.
Bought the immortality.
Yeah, he bought the immortality. Yeah,
that's why I didn't see it.
Yeah,
I was thinking, did he have that?
So you didn't make a mistake. He just outplayed you.
He actually did. And honestly, again, the Momo's positioning is what cost them this final fight as well. This Savage from SkyZ happened because Momo put himself too far in front. He thought, I'll just zone, we can take the tier 2. Disrespecting what DXO could do. He thought, I have a Winter Crown, I can survive even if he gets all the stacks. And then, oh, that did not work out. And it's very unfortunate to see because usually Momo is so solid as a player.
Well, either ways, I do have to say, that was entertaining. Out of all 3 games, the third one with Cisco and Benedetta, with Savage, looking pretty good. Victory number 3 secured, and DXO sealed it with a Savage. 3 victories, but one of them being Todak. I feel like the other one is Ocean Black, and was it JP Niners? But overall, not bad. From a team coming from MAL, not bad.
I think it's a pretty solid debut for a new MAL team. And getting a Savage against Todak on your first season, that's pretty big as well. I think we gotta give props for that.
I can already see the TikTok clip, Staffa. If I was Todak, I would shut down social media for a week. Shoutouts to their podcast, though.
Podcast is good.
Might be an interesting one this week.
They'll definitely have a lot to talk about. But for now, another 2-1 victory for DXO. Not the clean sweep they were hoping for, but that'll at least put them in contention. They're now continuously tied with the other teams in the mid-range in the rankings.
After this, it is going to be Ocean Black going up against MV, Monster Vicious. And it does look like Ocean Black will be putting in some new players.
Oh, really?
Like Ryota, DD, we're going to see how they fare against Monster Vicious, which Monster Vicious is strong, but haven't been consistent. So we'll go for a mic check. After this, which I think we're coming back soon, we're starting up Ocean Black against Monster Vicious. This is Staffa. My name's Afel. We'll see you guys in the next match.
Ya, aku.
Cover guys.
Ya, aku dia.
No energi.
Pani. Terbang.
Kasih tahu dia. La.
Kucak. Oke, balik ya.
Nice one.
GG.
Tiffany. Aku kick. Aman ya. Kasih left kick.
Nice. Santai. Buka. Jangan terlalu guys.
Ente guys, gak apa-apa, try ball.
Gak apa-apa, santai. Chill bro. Aman.
Lepas di gua bawa.
Nanti Shin, mungkin
coba biru gua mau.
Let's go Shin.
Nice.
Tahu Shin. Lu mau ya, Be?
Ya. Shin, coba balik ke kau.
Oke.
Back atas aja.
Gua aman. Gua ada ready nih.
Nice, Be.
Backup.
Bangin guys. Backup. Tuh, kena 2 tuh. Nice guys. Gua stun kalian aja gua stun. Nice guys. Ada gua. Kan ada damage. Bantai guys.
Backup dulu.
Cow. Target cow.
Aku mimik.
Iya, landingnya Shin.
Nice.
Atasnya kat guys.
Oke.
Cow nih guys.
Sorry depan.
Gua stun. Nice guys.
Backup.
Nice guys.
Perang guys.
Nice guys.
Orang dulu ya. Boleh.
Nice guys.
Alhamdulillah.
That's baik Doshin.
Baik.
Ready. Dia dah pasti tau. Dah terbang. Nice guys.
Lagi.
Boston. Nice guys.
Tengok aku.
Nice guys. Nice combat. Window. Golo. Nice kamu Shin. Waduh Siska.
Gua balik. Hati.
Aman.
Tengok.
Jangan ditinggal guys. Mau imbang.
David.
One ulti. Di aku one-nya.
Mati gua. Aman Shin. Balik Shin.
Lari guys.
Guys, tadi kau nak TV mana guys?
Low map.
Low map mana tadi?
Dalam tahu.
Outside map bot.
Aman. Harus dulu guys.
Dari winter. Ada winter. Aku ada.
Tengok aku lihat.
Boleh.
Aku pecah.
Jangan kau.
Lawan keranjang. Mati.
Aku datang. Gusan.
Aku ada gigit guys.
Tahu sih. Kata bot.
Nah.
Let's go.
ultimate glory starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
みんな渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。
tak menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan keluh mumur? Masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi keluh mumur dan kegatalan. Bebas keluh mumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくるやかましい奴らだ
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head & Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head & Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなるシャンナラ背中合わせでいくわよ
Dengan 100 plus 0 Coba, try, taste 100 plus 0 Hey
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
Jiwa perwira setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Yang ketiga, sebab ada booth Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Trofi MPL Malaysia, dia adalah simbol untuk tunjuk kejayaan satu pasukan. Dia membina legasi. Mana-mana gaming house I pergi, they proudly display their trophy because they know what that trophy means to them as a team.
There's quite a few champion moments that I can't forget for sure. When Homeboys won their very first championship, that was a very pivotal moment because Homeboys has never really gotten to that length of the tournament.
Rasanya trofi season 12 tu betul-betul bermakna untuk saya lah. Last saya dapat trofi tu season 3. So saya tunggu lama lah untuk pegang trofi tu. Season 3 saya menang atas usaha yang kuat. So bila first kemenangan tu rasa macam tak percaya. But then bila season 12 tu menunjukkan konsistensi kot saya dalam scene ni. Saya cuba banyak kali. Cuma fail juga. But then tiba-tiba season 12 miracle happen lah.
Season yang saya tak boleh lupakan is season 9 sebab itu first time saya champion. Dan saya dapat MVP pada season tu lah.
Masa Grand Final season 9, saya ada teman Momo sebab dia gunakan sniper. Tapi sekarang saya baru sedar yang kita orang dua tak communicate dan saya pun nervous jugalah. So yeah, sorry Momo.
SRG did it so handedly as well. Haven't had like champions who've dominated that hard in quite some time.
Time season 13 bermula, Maria from WTM datang interview saya dekat sekolah saya and saya ada cakap saya boleh kalahkan Chibi or being better than him, then it's just come true lah what I said.
Honestly, I nampak the new design for the trophy is very nice. For me, trophy baru ni adalah signal kepada semua pasukan that kita kena tinggalkan cara yang lama and start bergerak dengan cara yang baru. Disebabkan kita dah nampak usaha berkali-kali, hanya SRG je yang betul-betul boleh bawa nama Malaysia dekat international. So pastikan you come very, very prepared. Hopefully dengan trofi baru, kita pun akan nampak banyak player baru ataupun organisation baru yang boleh step up and wakil Malaysia dekat international.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。 simak. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rundung terasa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus, kata simak. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rakan Muda, MESF, PSM.
Did you know you can get an official pet passport in Malaysia for 7 ringgit?
No, I didn't actually.
So apparently
Really?
you can get one for a cat, a dog, and a rabbit. A horse is 9 ringgit though, because horses are big, right? So you have to add another 2 ringgit there.
What if it's not a cat, a dog, or a rabbit though?
Then they can't get passports. Welcome to MPL MY. You guys are watching the English broadcast with me, Lafel, as well as Stafa. I'm fasting right now, and Stafa's eating a ice cream goreng. Fried ice cream?
Yeah.
It looks damn good.
It does.
Yeah,
It's
he's
pretty good,
eating during
actually.
guys. It's
Yeah.
whatever. It's whatever.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I got this from one of the food stalls outside, which you guys can do too if you come to watch MPL MY live.
Get your tickets.
Yeah.
Homeboys and SRG, I did hear from the guy. Homeboys games, SRG games usually sold out, which shows how good it is. Is it that good?
It's pretty good.
Damn. It's do or die. A win gives Does it? A win gives Obi a chance to escape
Really?
relegation. Does it? Although I do have to say, for everyone watching, I think I have to like set this up a little bit. This is like a little bit more serious. I heard that unfortunately Repo won't be playing today because something unfortunate happened with his personal life, that he had to, step out of the arena, and then he goes somewhere else.
Apparently.
Yeah. So that is unfortunate. So Ripple will not be playing today. But either ways, Ocean Black still has to give their level best against Monster Vicious. And Monster Vicious, personally for me, they have to make a statement, right? If they want the fans to believe that they are still one of the strongest teams in Malaysia, they not only have to win against Ocean Black, but they have to make it very convincing, especially after what Team Ray did against Ocean Black, where Lazier had 1,125 gold per minute. They have to do something to show that they're really that strong,
Yeah, Ocean Black has not had a good season. They've had a very difficult, very rough time overall. And it's a far cry from the other MAL team that has been participating, just in terms of how they've been performing. Because DXS, while their score isn't the best, has definitely been doing a lot better comparatively, as Ocean Black still has yet to take their first match win. In fact, the only game that they've won this entire season has been against DXS. So they're really searching for some kind of way to set their name on the MPL stage, while MV is looking to break out of those middle rankings where a lot of veteran teams are trying to make sure that they can get the playoffs.
Yeah, and now again for Monster Vicious, this is honestly kind of the same as last season, where they're being very, what did you say? Like, not consistent, right? They're very inconsistent. And in last season, it was interesting because they are able to take wins off of very strong teams, but then they lose to teams that should, like, on paper shouldn't be as strong as they were. So honestly, this is one of those chances that Ocean Black might be able to take a game off of MV just because of their inconsistencies.
And the thing is, though, even back then, when they had that identity as a team that would beat stronger teams and lose to weaker teams, there was still some kind of consistency in that. now Monster Vicious is just kind of weirdly up and down. It does feel like they're a bit draft dependent. They're not quite as aggressive in the early game compared to what we knew them for. And there have been cases where the players have just not been performing to the level that we expect of them, especially now that they've had a few seasons of experience under their belt. You really expect this team to be able to do more, because there were a lot of people that were expecting MV to maybe be the team joining SRG OG in M6 last year.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think I'm being as honest as I am if I say that MV games are not memorable.
Yeah.
Like the thing that I remember most about Monster Vicious was them throwing a 2-0 win against DxSoul, where they could have ended game number 2, but then they just crumbled. Like they couldn't do anything. And I think because during that time, they didn't have energy. They didn't drink 100+ before the game. They drank it after the game. But they should be drinking it before the game. Refreshed with 0 sugar, 0 calories, and the same great 100+ taste you always love with 100+ 0. In fact, if you take 100+ 0, you can actually spoil yourself by taking a fried ice cream.
Indeed, indeed. In fact, now that I'm having my fried ice cream, I'm realizing I could use some hydration.
Yeah.
I forgot to bring my 100+.
Let's ask Nisa.
It's sitting up there. Someone please bring
Nisa,
me 100+.
are you in the room?
I need my 100+
Nisa,
right
can
now.
you give 100+? Thank you.
I need to have my entire meal at the caster desk.
Okay, maybe not that much.
Maybe not.
Nisa, bagi 100+ je. 100+ je, Nisa. Thank you very much.
Just ice cream and 100+ then. That'll do.
Still fasting, by the way.
It's okay.
Yeah. I'm actually okay with the drink, but like, anyways. Jumping into this game, Ocean Black against Monster Vicious. Like, this is one of the things, like, mentally, I don't know if they're okay or not, because we're going to be looking at the Ocean Black lineup to see who will be playing today. I don't think it's DJY, though.
It is unfortunate.
It is week 5. Next week is the last week.
Maybe they are just holding out until the last week, right? They're just waiting for the man himself to finally take the stage. But as we look at the Ocean Black roster, it will indeed not have DJY in it. We'll have Ranvei, Mzu, Diff, Shaf, as well as Hashi. This is a lineup that they experimented with last week and still were not really able to find much success with.
Yeah. I do have to say, out of this lineup, Diff has showed moments that he is able to do his job. At least in terms of the KDA, he's able to hold his own. It's just that everyone else... Thank you, Nisa. Thank you, appreciate it. Nah, this is your 100+.
Oh, thank you.
This is the advantage when our... I think puasa. Yeah, it's okay. Just leave it. Just leave it. Thank you. Yeah, at least we can show 100+ to the camera. This is the what you call it? The advantage when your talent manager is watching the English broadcast.
Yeah.
Right? There you go.
It's great.
Now we're gonna be looking at Monster Vicious. Again, just to say Div has looked okay. Everyone else a little bit underwhelming so far. And Monster Vicious, we have Ruff, Nova Escobar, Roundel, Uni, as well as Zeno. I feel everyone is okay-ish, right? Which is not something that you want to say about Monster Vicious, because their games, like, honestly, out of everyone, Uni has looked the best. I want to say that Nova Escobar is one of the best roamers here in Malaysia, but he has been making some mistakes that really cost him the team. Like, it's one thing where you make a mistake and then you die for your mistake. It's another thing when you make a mistake and your entire team dies because of your mistake.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a far cry from what we know him for. All of the MV players have had their ups and downs throughout this regular season, and I'm hoping that they can stabilize a bit. But let's bring both teams up on stage. They're currently in the danger zone and must win to escape elimination. Can their new coach, Rota DD, craft the winning strategy to claim their first victory? Please welcome Ocean Black!
They're the team with the most remaining matches right now. Half, they fixed their flaws and prepared to win them all for a shot at the playoffs. Stepping back into the spotlight, it's Monster Vicious. I heard someone laugh, by the way.
Introducing the coaching staffs of both teams alongside head of league ops Franklin to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. For OB, we got Ryota, DD, and Jangs. And for Monster Vicious, we have Coach Haru and Sora.
And now let's keep it going with the fist bump between the teams, where both teams, at this point of time, it's about showing the fans what they got. Ocean Black hasn't got a victory just yet. Can they get the first one here against Monster Vicious? And Monster Vicious, they got to show that they're real monsters here in MPL Malaysia. Don't laugh.
Will it be the monsters? Will it be the rookies who have thus far found themselves floundering among the waves? We're now in week 5 of the competition. Ocean Blacks no longer have any chance of making it to the playoffs, but maybe they could still earn some points to escape potential relegation. Let's have a look at a quote from Coach Ryota.
Looks like he said, I joined the team to gain experience and help Ocean Black as much as I can. I'm here for the long term. And I feel like that's a good mindset coming in, because I would say it's crazy for anyone to take this job at this point, because there's no way that you can go to the playoffs, and very likely that you're going to get relegated, right? So coming in for experience and basically to buff up your resume, because if you take this lineup and you can get some wins, even if it's not a complete match win, you can get some game wins. You can show to potential, bosses, organizations that you know your stuff. Just give a little bit more time and maybe a better lineup. You can make wonders.
I do gotta give props over to Coach Ryota DD here. Like you mentioned, LaFell, it's not common for someone to take the job in this position when the team is already this far pushed against the wall. You definitely have a lot to work on, and you're not even guaranteed a lot of reward in return. So let's see what kind of magic he can make here in comparison to Coach Sora, who we asked, has the team fixed the meta issues that held them back the past few weeks? And he said, in the past few weeks, there were some heroes who were slow to adapt to. That's on the coaching staff. It's our mistake. Now I'd say we recovered and adapted to the current match. We haven't shown heroes like Fredrin Jungle or Kemi Mid yet, so we still have a lot of heroes we can explore against Ocean Black.
Yeah, I feel like especially for that Kemi Mid is something that you really have to basically get on very, very quickly, because Kimi's proven to be very strong. Fredrin Jungle, I kind of feel like take it or leave it, because Uni's not that kind of guy. Right? Like, he can use the Lucas, and I feel like the Lucas is strong enough in this meta right now that you don't have to fall back to the Fredrin. I really feel like Fredrin is a very strong pick, but it does, like, change your playstyle a little bit. Like, what you want to do with the Fredrin is you want to chain the CC a lot just to lock down certain heroes and let your backline get free hits, right? And now we got to look at Uni here. His most used heroes, the Lucas, the Hanzo, and the Hayabusa, all having 3 games each. And 67% win rate. Talk about consistency.
And consistency, being able to win out a solid number of games on all 3 of his most used heroes, goes to show that why a lot of people have been keeping their eye on Uni, specifically from the side of Monster Vicious throughout this season. One of the more consistent players thus far, to the point where his Fanny was even praised by players in the international scene. But it does goes to show that he's more of damage-oriented, likes playing on those assassins, wants to be on heroes like Lucas that can really make that impact.
Actually, after the previous game, I wouldn't mind him picking up the Fanny and just be like, you know what, this is how a Fanny is supposed to play.
We do need something to wipe our memory.
I doubt Ocean Black will let it through. But I seriously have to say, you gotta respect his Hanzo, man. His Hanzo is nasty. Like, his Lucas is strong, but nowhere near as his Fanny, as his Hayabusa, or as his Hanzo.
I do want to see that Hanzo as well. I've only gotten to cast a single Hanzo game my entire season thus far.
Wow.
Right? And my fans actually quite enjoyed some of the things I said with the hero, so I'm hoping that we get to see it so that I can do it again for them. But that will all depend on the coaches and what they bring to the table.
I don't look forward to casting a Diggy feeding game. Diggy has been buffed. I haven't tried it. I haven't tried it.
That's in the past, surely.
Hey, you know what? For people that don't learn their history, they're doomed to repeat it.
That is true. That is true. But Diggy feeding wasn't because of Diggy himself. It was because of like mechanics that changed with the way you respawn and your bounty.
That's right. If you don't have mechanics, you can use Diggy feeding.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
So right now we're looking at MV betting out the Matilda, betting out the Fredrin, and now betting out the Hayabusa as well. Ocean Black, they're betting out the Chip. They're betting out the Lucas.
Sir, what's your command?
They did not bet out the Kimi though.
Yeah, they didn't. That's actually a pretty big risk to leave that open. They very specifically ban out Lucas and Fanny against Uni, so once again, proper respect going over there. In fact, 4 jungle heroes banned out in the first phase. Shows that a lot of attention is being put on that particular section of the map.
There's so many things open right now. And Kalia is one of them that I don't want to say.
Yeah.
Right, we still have the...
It's gotta be Kimi, yeah.
Yep, Kimi. And we did see that Sora said they're late to adapt to this Kimi meta. With this Kimi pick, maybe they have adapted. Maybe they just took 1 week and just spam Kimi as much as they can, and now they understand how it works. Now for Ocean Black, Harif is still open. And yes, there you go. They pick up the Harif. Maybe a Joy, because in terms of junglers, there's not a lot of good junglers open right now, or the Suyo.
Yeah, Joy, Suyo would be the most obvious ones. The Hanzo, which we talked about earlier, also not banned out, so it could be interesting to see. But Ocean Black thus far has just found a lot of difficulty in general.
Maybe even a Gatot?
Yeah, I think going for team fight heroes is the best bet for Ocean Black. That's how they got the one singular game this season against DX Seoul. They go for the Badang.
Honestly, good pick. Still flexible. You can go for Roam, you can go for EXP. And generally, you can actually change your draft to be a Siege comp and just ask Badang to just push people away. Enough times where Harry was eventually going to get his items. And it looks like, even though the Hanzo is open, Uni has opted for that Joy, and now they pick up the Phobias. Not gonna lie, Stafa, this looks like a SRG draft.
It does, actually. These are very SRG heroes and a very SRG way to open it. But because of that, we can already say it's a very nice start for Monster Vicious as well. Not only are you locking in Joy alongside one of her most obvious counters, that is the Phobias, it also locks in a counter directly to the Harif as well. And neither of these heroes are going to be too heavily hampered by a Badang.
Although I do have to say, the Phobias is good against the Harif early and mid. Late game, if you have teams to peel for Harif, Harif is able to dash out of your range, at least dash out of your second skill range. You can actually fight against the Phobias, but it's still definitely Phobias favored.
Definitely, definitely. The Zeusin now going to pop out as well. We have definitely been seeing a lower priority on this particular hero as well. A lot of really popular picks at the start of the season already losing some steam as the rest of the season progresses. With a Zeusin on the OB side, they definitely need some kind of burst assassin.
I agree.
To play around it, which right now they're going to be eyeing for, and I imagine MV is going to start banning.
Yeah, because right now in terms of the meta junglers, still looking at Suyo. Other than that, am I forgetting something? Like, we haven't seen the Alpha for a while, but Alpha is still definitely usable. Yeah, they ban out the Hanzo, maybe they ban out the Suyo. Honestly, with Phobias, I actually wouldn't mind for them to ban out something like the Alpha.
Yeah, they could ban out Alpha. I'm wondering if they would feel the need to ban something like Ling. There are certain players who've been bringing it to the field. Could offer some late game dive as well. That'll depend on whether Coach Haru decides it is enough of a problem. Coach Ryota going for the full marksman bans, getting rid of Granger and Beatrix. But surprisingly, not banning the Moskov, even though that's a hero most coaches would usually ban when they have a Harif.
The Immortal One chose me to vanquish.
Honestly, it's interesting. They ban out the Beatrix here. They ban out the Suyo. In terms of the junglers, is there any other assassins that we're just forgetting at this point?
Probably just the Ling.
Yeah.
Fanny's banned. Yeah, Hanzo, Suyo, all gone. You can still go Alpha, like you pointed out.
But yeah, actually the Ling might be not bad because you just need someone to get that Kimi. But again, like, as long as the Phobias controls the backline, it is going to be very difficult because someone has to put pressure on that Kimi. I'm just thinking, like, is there a hero that I'm just not thinking of right now?
Yeah,
someone must be spamming in a
When
comment.
it comes to this point, you always feel like you're forgetting something.
Right? Like, will they like go crazy and just pick up like a Lancelot?
How about Yi Sun Shin?
Yi Sun Shin honestly is not bad, especially now because the ult is 60 seconds flat. But Yi Sun Shin is more like kiting away from the fight, you know? If you're a really good player, maybe you can dive. But looking at the comp of OB, it does look very dive-ish, right? So you need a hero that complements that.
They did play the Roger once.
That is true. That is true. But I don't know if that's Daijobu, you know?
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I would take the Alpha before that.
The Gatot is pretty safe. Again, going for team fight. This is a very SRG draft,
right, very
actually.
SRG draft, yeah.
Incredibly SRG. Cho and Wanwan to close off MV's lineup. Lots of scaling, good early game catch. They may lack damage early on, but they can slow that down with the Phobius. So this is pretty balanced.
Actually, honestly, if they can use the Lancelot, it might be not bad. The Cho and the Phobius can give problems, but this is one of those things like you just die just to kill the 1-1 or the Kimi. And then let that Harif clean up.
It's not ideal to have your jungler sacrifice themselves just to pick someone off every fight, though. Yeah, they go for the Ling.
Yeah. The only problem is that the Ling is very squishy, and people will be like, duh, he's an assassin. But you would be surprised by how squishy this Ling is. One mistake, not picking up your sword, and then you're done. Like, it's crazy for me to play a Hylos using the Law and Order to stun the Ling once, and then completely explodes by whoever damage. Doesn't matter, coming from the mid, coming from the goal, coming from the jungle. So unless this Fanny has a very good early game where you have a level advantage against your opponents, you won't be able to tank a lot of hits. So this is one of those games where you have to execute very well. You have to execute in terms of your pathing as well. And I don't know if you can actually do that against a Kimi mid alongside with a Cho.
Especially since OB actually really doesn't have a lot of early game damage presence. So OB gonna need to try and delay this out for their Ling and Harif to come online. Monster Vicious though, let's see if they'll even allow them that time as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Both teams are looking for the scores they desperately need in the second to last week of MPL MY.
Actually, you mentioned about damage. Now that I look at the draft, they don't have a lot of wave clear as well. So if they lose the mid game, they will have such a bad time actually defending against the Gimme, against the 1-1. Once they fall behind, it's going to be hard for them to recover.
Now that you point that out as well, the win condition for Ocean Black is actually very narrow.
Super narrow.
They need to survive to late game and then somehow win out, because MV has solid late game scaling with Roundel and Ruff too. Like, they really gotta emphasize on a very specific point in the game.
And at least when we look at how Roundel has set up himself for his emblem, it does look like more of a utility Kimi rather than like a hard carry kind of Kimi. But to be fair, when you have a 1-1, when you have a Joy, you really don't have to hard carry that much. You just gotta, you know, have a very good pulse in, and then it should be fine.
Yeah, he did go Quantum Charge. We talked about this in the previous matchup as well. That's the more supportive emblem setup. Shaft gonna be forced to use retry jumps. Why? You're not gonna get a kill here.
Yeah, I don't know why he wants to establish dominance against the Cho.
T-posing?
Yeah, just T-pose and be like, you think I'm scared of you? Baka. Okay, maybe Baka's not the right.
That's really not establishing dominance right there.
Okay.
That's doing the exact opposite, actually.
Establishing submissiveness?
Yes. I
Baka. Oh, I can tell my wife is cringing so hard right now.
Get me off this desk.
Shout out to my wife and all the weebles out there.
Get me out of here. I'm a weeb there, sir. Even I can't accept that.
It's okay, Starfire. Everything will be Daijobu.
All right, sure. We'll take it.
All right, Zeno.
Everything will be Daijobu.
Zeno is about to hit level 4 at this point. Hashi is already level 4, but I would say Monster Vicious definitely has the advantage going up against Ocean Black, unless Hashi has a good set, and then things will turn. Then things will turn around. That's what I was about to say.
It does very much depend, and it is possible to do that on a Badang. We've already seen some good Badang gameplay last week, really turning the game around. I remember Zkeef specifically, so Hashi gonna try and live up to that. Monster Vicious now gonna be looking for diff though. Knockout from Nova, doesn't successfully bait out the Purify. Uni on top of the turtle though. The flicker forward, Zeno goes for the knockup onto Diff. Diff gonna use the Crimson Beacon to go away. Meanwhile, the two-man fist crack connects with Zeno and Uni. Uni gonna electrifying beats out of there, but Zeno gonna get picked up. First blood going to Shaft.
And that's a very good start because, again, you want to get this Ling as ahead as you can. Like, at least in terms of level, I really feel like Ocean Black should just delay this turtle, give enough time for the Ling to farm up. That would actually be better. Like, screw the turtle, man. Let turtles live.
Uni almost gets knocked into the wall under the tower, and he'll be fine. Has to use his ult again, though.
Yeah. So now Monster Vicious, they are getting this turtle. MZ as well as Hashi, they might try to delay this, but I would say don't die.
AOG comes in, actually cancels. Oh, wow! Using the AOG, continuously canceling. If Mizu eventually falls, Uni will secure the turtle, and now Hashi gonna be left alone. The fist crack only delays his demise.
And the bad thing is the purple buff is up, and now because your front line is gone, no one can really protect this buff. So the buff goes over to Monster Vicious, and that's why you kind of don't want to do that around the turtle when you know your jungler doesn't want to contest for it, because if you die, no protection in jungle.
Yeah, I like the idea from MZU to just continuously cancel and bait the AOG, but he had to also take the front line at the same time, which meant that he was basically splitting his brain processes in half, allowing MV to just eventually take him out and secure that turtle.
And Arango just shoving the wave mid, looking at Show of Nova Escobar, trying to find where Shaft is, and I kind of feel like that's your win condition. Just know where the Ling is. Slow the farm up a bit. He can take the farm, but as long as it's not as fast as he wants, then you can disrupt their gameplay. Because if Monster Vicious goes to the late game, there could be a chance that Ocean Black could win this one with the scaling coming in from the Harif as well as the Ling.
They're still gonna need to find some way about playing 3 cores from Monster Vicious in the late game though. So very high requirements of Shaft here, and Ranvei as well, but at least the Harif has not really been disrupted in his farm.
Yep. Honestly, not a lot of disruption at all in the early game here, but still Monster Vicious has 1.4k gold lead. Uni, will he go for this? He's level 9, Shaft is only level 7. I think Uni will go for it.
Time it, he steals away the camp and drops Shaft to half HP. That's gonna be more than enough.
Yeah, and that's just a tap, right? Like, we just talk about how there's really low... Hold on, Shaft. Did he get it?
Not get it, actually, but the electrifying beat doing a lot of damage to the backline, and now Roundel just poking them out. Revitalize, gonna be baited from the Gatot.
Anyways, what I was about to say was that Ling is not allowed to have a lot of mistakes. And now Ranvei having to open that Zaman Force to dash away from Monster Vicious, that's a big cooldown that they won't have for this turtle.
Ranvei's not been disrupted in farm much, but neither has Ruff. He's already completed his Demon Hunter sword. And another turtle goes over to Uni. Monster Vicious now with 2k gold lead.
Okay, so Ocean Black, their win condition, don't let your turrets fall. That's it. Don't let it fall because the turrets can deal with the minions. Once they're out, you're out.
They're gonna engage here. Zaman Force comes out once again. MZU gonna have to dash away. Uni secures the top tier 1, but Shaft trades the bottom tier 1 as well.
I would say that's okay, especially because Shaft is gonna get this orange buff. As long as they keep trading like this, Stafa is honestly gonna be fine. Because right now, Monster Vicious, they have a 2,000 gold lead. That's not where you want to be, but it's still workable. Once it's 6,000, that's where I would say it's GG. Honestly, like, because it's Monster Vicious, 4,000 would be GG.
Yeah, I think so. As long as Ocean Black doesn't allow the gold advantage to break through that threshold, they're actually completely fine. They're doing a good job of slowing the game down, actually, and not allowing MV to get free pickoffs that they could snowball off of. Shaft actually holding up the macro pretty effectively. Let's see if MV can shift their playstyle to deny that.
Actually, if Ranvei is able to get top turret, that's probably good enough. Right now, Monster Vicious, their game plan is just to make sure that this Ling does not have the purple buff. And if Ocean Black is able to ignore any team fight when the Ling does not have the purple buff, I would say they win.
AOG comes in, doesn't successfully cut anyone off, and Ruff secures the crossbow of Kang. Doesn't even need to use it. Roundel gets the execute.
And now, actually looking at mid, Zeno does see 3 members of Ocean Black. Right now, Monster Vicious are at 3,000. Maybe one more turret will give them that 4,000. At that point, Ocean Black might be game. Might be game.
Yeah, this is slowly starting to spiral. Monster Vicious very close to that 4K gold lead mark we were talking about. Hashi gonna miss the fist break as well. Nova just scouting out information. Bottom tier 2 already gone. They're aiming for the mid tier 1. The 2-man knockup right into Uni. Electrifying Beats comes out. Fist crack only on 1. Doesn't even do anything. As Ruff destroys the mid tier 1. Zaman Force a bit too late from Ranvei. Zeno looking for a chance to re-engage. But Ocean Black will cut their losses and back off here.
Unfortunately, I kind of feel like Ranvei doesn't even have the damage yet, you know? Because even if he dives in, as long as that Phobius is there, he's going to disrupt you, and you will not be able to Chrono Dash around. And that's going to severely impact your damage. And when you don't have any damage, as we saw from the previous match, no matter how good or how long you stay in the fight, eventually you will fall.
Eventually you will fall, just like the Lord that MV just secured. 4K gold lead. Now Conceal Play comes in from flank. Div gonna be able to escape, but gets rid of that Purify at the same time. As MV once again contests another purple. Shaft gonna be knocked off the wall by Zeno too. He can't even get his own buff.
Yeah, now he's trying to fly away, and even that's gonna be hard. Zeno unable to hit the knock-up. If he did, honestly, Shaft would have 100% been dead there. And now we gotta look at the items. Honestly, looking at the jungle, it is off by almost 1,000, but seeing how bad the game is, it's not that bad. But when you look at the gold, that's where it does get a bit of oof for me.
Ruff is already completed with 3 items, including a Malefic gun. Uni scares away 2 members of OB all by himself. Roundel already with 3 items, including a Sky Piercer as well. The lead just growing exponentially larger. Traction Pulse connects, pulls in Div. OB just cannot even defend. Mid-tier 2 goes down.
And this is going to be the problem because, again, they don't have a lot of wave clear here. So Monster Vicious, the Lord is coming up. If they're able... Wait, have they already got the Holy Defense down bot?
Yes, they have.
Then I think they can actually get this inhibitor. Like, there's not a lot of things that can stop them at this point.
Novax Kovar is just being annoying up top to Shaft. Setting up for the Lord to collide down bottom. Gonna be starting that work on the bottom inhibitor again. No doubt, 2-man traction pulse into the 2-man knockout. Hachi's melted away straight away. Killing spree coming over. Crossbow Kang denied by the AOG, but Ruff is in the base, and there is nothing to punish him. Monster Vicious running away with the game right now.
Yeah, and now looking at the top one as well, Monster Vicious, they want to get this inhibitor. And looks like they are going to get this inhibitor. Nova Escobar probably looking for a kick here.
Ruff forces out Tempest the Blades by himself. 1v5 in the base. That's how behind Ocean Black is right now. The final inhibitor will fall, and they cannot even contest. There is no initiation. Uni jumps back in with the electrifying beats. Fist break misses. Novak Kovar will eventually fall to the crystal, but Roundel picks up a mega kill. Uni finishes off Ranvei at the same time, and the minions are still alive. Monster Vicious still exists in the base. They will continue pushing and waiting for the next wave.
9,000 gold lead at 10 minutes and 40 seconds. Monster Vicious is able to take all inhibitors, and now they want to engage in the turret. Half HP. AOG back into the base.
Used defensively. Crystal dropping very, very low. MB taking their time with this, making sure not to overextend. OB is clearing, but how much can they do? Hashi will eventually come back, but the minions are still alive, and the crystal comes in. Monster Vicious will take game number 1.
And they played it cleanly. We saw last week they would throw their advantage inside of the base. This time, not gonna happen. Gonna treat Ocean Black with a lot of respect and end the game then and there.
I feel like there was more respect given than really necessary. They were so far ahead that I think they could have just thrown their bodies at the crystal, but it is a good adjustment. It's good to see that discipline to make sure they don't throw away the lead that they've been building up the entire game.
And I would say in this game, Monster Vicious was able to take everything without any real contest. And it is just one of those things where it comes down to the draft, right? There was not much that Ocean Black can do to prevent Monster Vicious from getting any objectives when it comes for the turtle or the turrets. Not enough wave clear. Even if they get a good catch, the damage is not there. Ling needs the items. Jushin is like, you know, overall damage-ish, but really not that much. And Harif can't move around with that without Fovia. So just like from the previous match, this might just be coming down to the draft.
I think Ocean Black drafted a little safely. They started with the Harif, which is perfectly fine, but then you comboed with the Badang, which is, again, a pick that doesn't gain priority in either position that he plays. Then you pair that up with a Zusin. Instantly, Zusin Badang, you need burst. You need some kind of early game
100%.
presence to play off of it. But then all the assassins and junglers got denied off the bans. You're left with Ling, and he can't do much early on.
And now we got to look at the MVP coming in from Monster Vicious. Who would it be? Uni?
I mean, everyone did okay.
Maybe Roundel with the Kimi? Right?
He did do pretty good. He got some good catches. Yep. Oh, looks like you're right. It is a Roundel as our MVP of game number 1.
Drink that 100 plus. Get your energy up because game number 2, you got to perform again. MVP of the game with that Kimi 100% kill participation. Of course, he's going to get that MVP. He even just opted for a Sky Piercer because it's just one of those games where it makes sense.
It was a second item Sky Piercer, by the way. He got that even before Feather of Heaven. That's how ahead and how comfortable Roundel and Monster Vicious was in this game. There's a reason why Kimi was getting so consistently banned in our first match of the day. And this time, Ocean Black decided to let it through to their dismay.
I would say at least they didn't lose the lane so hard against the Kimi level 1. Because one of the strengths of Kimi is that you're able to win. Doesn't matter if it's gold lane or mid lane. Just as long as you get the stacks, you can bully everyone out of your lane. At least they didn't fall to that trap, right? Like, they started losing slowly just because they don't have enough damage. And I don't know what's going on today, Staffa, but that's kind of the name of the game. Whoever has less damage eventually loses.
It's almost like you need damage to win the game. You know?
Almost.
Like you need damage to get kills. You need it to take towers, to take objectives. It's funny, isn't it?
Maybe kills are important.
Maybe they are. Though this was a very low kill score game. Only 7-2, 9 kills in total across 11 minutes. We could kind of tell that this was going to be a slow burn because Ocean Black is already naturally a team that doesn't take very aggressive action. When you put them on a comp where they need the delay for late game, against a team like MV that wants to play it a little safer to the mid game, not much happens.
Just gonna touch on the items a little bit because we just saw Div. He went for the Elegant Gem and then the Glowing One and then the Blood Wings. Very defensive, really no amount of damage at all. I would say if in the back of your mind, you have an idea that you want this Harif in the Badang, and then eventually you will have a scaling jungler like Ling, perhaps something like a Farsa would have fit your comp a little bit better. Would you win? We don't know. But at least if the Badang gets a good set or the Gato Kacha gets a good set, you can deal pressure and you have better wave clear, right? Enough time for your Ling to actually get the items that's needed. And unfortunately, we have another game where the Ling does less damage than the roamers.
That's a 4-digit damage total.
6,000, there you go.
An assassin.
The only one lower is Nova Escobar on Roamcho.
Oh,
that doesn't have thrill.
That's really, really bad coming in. And I can't even really blame Sha for it. Again, Ling is such a big risk of a hero to pick. You have basically no early game pressure. Your buffs can get stolen away and then you become half the hero. And even when you have your items, it's very difficult to actually find the angles to enter into. So it's unfortunate, but there's not much he could have done this game.
Yep, Uni is the rich guy and the carry is Roundel with 52,000 damage. Sandbag Mzui as well as Ruff having the best wingman with 5 highest assists. This is a game where Monster Vicious is one of the most disciplined that I've seen. They really didn't force out fights because Nova Escobar, I kind of feel like he has a lot of opportunities to have a good catch, but he doesn't force it. He knows zoning them away is going to be more than enough. Even Zeno on that Phoveus, he could just force fights, but even he knows zoning is enough.
It's proper respect being given over to Ocean Black, which I do like to see. A lot of teams underestimate others, especially those who aren't performing the same way OB has been this season. But it does result in the game being, admittedly, a little bit boring. You can look at the highlights here that basically every time an engage happened, not a lot passes before the fight is already over. And even then, this early game, OB actually started off pretty well by picking off Xeno straight away. After that, though, it's just kind of an MV show.
Yeah. Monster Vicious, they really have the advantage for this one. Again, with a SRGS can draft. So I kind of want to see Ocean Black having a little bit more balance when it comes to their draft, because I kind of feel like they're hoping a little bit too much that Monster Vicious would not play the game, right? Allowing the Link to get items and such. And maybe secure your jungler a bit early, because honestly, not a lot of good picks right now.
I do like that we're in a state of the meta where, except for maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, even the more meta heroes can't be picked too safely blind, because there's always going to be some kind of counter pick, or if you don't draft it into the correct lineup, it just completely flounders, right? You have to be very smart with the way you approach your team composition.
I wonder if there's a niche jungler that could work, because I'm actually throwing it back over to M6, over to MSC. Certain heroes like the Bane, of course not the best, but maybe something weird enough that could catch your opponents off guard. So maybe like a Boxia, I don't know, but they need to have some kind of balance in draft, because even your scalp needs balance. It cannot be too oily, it cannot be too dry, because if that happens, dandruff will pile up. And if you guys have dandruff, make sure you guys grab yourself Head and Shoulders up to 100%. It's 100 stuff on more than 99. Dandruff free plus itch protection. Up to 100% protection, dandruff and itch wiped out. Dermatologically tested that I myself had bought for myself.
Ooh, really?
I bought the triple action one, and it does work.
So if you guys have dandruff, make sure you guys check him out. And even if you guys don't have dandruff, there is plenty of good things to check out with Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to even defeat dandruff and itch, so you can also practice prevention at the same time as protection. Make sure you guys get yours now.
Guys, look at my dandruff. You know where it went? It went to hell, because it's not there anymore. Maybe too extreme. Maybe too extreme.
Is that where dandruff goes?
That's a good question. Where does
dandruff go?
Because Head and Shoulders destroy 100% of it. Where does it go? Is there a dandruff heaven?
Is there life after death for dandruff?
I think there is for us, but dandruff, is dandruff even alive? I don't think it is.
It's true. Or is it?
I think we're going deeper than we really should. So how about we look at Week 4 reactions? Well, Week 4, it was last week. So let's see last week's reactions.
Tommy cuba untuk bertahan, tetapi Kausia masih dipaksa. Tommy di tempat balik game. Hansen segera tarik 1-1 untuk Ines dan sebentar kali. Tapi akankah sempat untuk mereka mempertahankan kedudukan buat kali ini? Tapi Kim baru saja dijatuhkan oleh Sky. Masih lagi memaksa. Ines sudah makan double kill. Meningkat Zakiv dan juga Aaron saja sebentar ini.
Setup untuk implosion buat Zakiv yang akan mengubah segala-galanya. Terus saja diberikan ke atas Solial, membuka purify untuk melarikan diri. Tapi lihat Kusir dekat bahagian belakang. Ada siapa yang fokus beliau, mudah untuk mendapatkan kill, mudah untuk mendapatkan turtle pada waktu yang sama. Sempat telah dikorbankan mencari makhluk yang ketiga. Max akan dikenakan Soul Severe daripada Hazel untuk membenarkan.
Berikan fokus lebih tinggi lagi kepada Momo. Kedua-dua perlawanan mereka memberikan prestasi daripada bagian atas planet. Pesco sekali lagi menjadi target utama.
Lawless cuba untuk melarikan diri. Lawless akan ditumbangkan oleh pasukan SRT, tapi Yung jadi ditumbangkan juga dalam waktu yang sama. Pergerakan yang cukup berisiko. Thunder ke arah Max. Gerakan ini jaya diselamatkan lagi oleh nahanan badan oleh Sepat ke atas Death Sonata tersebut.
Max.
Apa start?
Keinginan untuk mendapatkan Owen Buff.
Serangan daripada pasukan belakang oleh Giants berjaya mendapatkan 3 orang pemain. Oleh berjaya tertumbangkan, para orang berjaya tertumbangkan mencari yang ketiga. Terrebas Maniac dan Savage. Lagi dan lagi. Enesan menjagakan serangan. Melkiti juga masuk. Snatch ditumbangkan. Izanami dijatuhkan. Ini menjadi perang gila-gila untuk kedua pasukan. 2 membalas 2. Siapa yang shotgun siapa ni?
The Max one was the one that I remember the most. That one, like, when I saw him, like, Max, you almost died. You had 1 HP left. you should go back, right? All right, you should go back, right?
You should.
I mean, they got a Granger.
Oh,
Death
man.
Sonata is a thing. No, kind of no
That's
cooldown.
definitely a misplay right there. I wasn't casting that game. I did a recap, but I didn't see every moment. That's the first time I saw that. And even I'm like, that's very questionable.
It's a good thing you weren't casting that one.
Yeah, probably.
Let me just say, this season is a season. And right now we're on TV. Don't miss a single moment of MPL MY Season 15. And now you can catch all the live action on your TV screens only with Astro Arena. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before right from your living room.
And from every other room you might have a TV in.
Maybe the bathroom if you're rich enough.
Man.
Like install it on your wall.
Imagine having a TV in the bathroom.
Oh, dude. TV in your bathroom. I want a heated seat for my toilet. And then a good pizza.
But you know what matches almost all of that?
What?
Well, catching MPL MY on Astro Arena.
Especially tomorrow.
Yes,
tomorrow's going to be
tomorrow.
good.
Tomorrow's going to be great. But before we reach tomorrow, we still have today to close out. Can Ocean Black find the momentum they need? Can they find the singular victory that they've been searching for the entire season? And can MV create an even a larger gap between them and their peers in the middle of the rankings?
Fun fact, do you know that Ocean Black actually has won one game?
Yes.
Do you remember who it was?
DXS.
All right, that's good. I'm actually surprised that a lot of people did remember that. Right? And then DXS beat Todak.
And Todak beat Vamos.
You know what? Don't do your power ranking stuff, Power rankings.
It just doesn't work.
Power rankings don't work.
It just doesn't work anymore.
It's rubbish. You just use your energy to make fried ice cream.
You know what? That
Actually,
is a
can we
pretty good use of energy. What are you looking up if we could get fried ice cream somewhere?
Like a frozen fried ice cream, we just like, you know, like just goreng balik.
Oh, but we would need a fryer.
Who said
Do we have a fryer?
I literally
I'm just gonna ask my wife.
All right, sounds good. Oh, you mean at home?
Yeah.
I thought you meant like here, at the talent room or something.
Nah.
Imagine if we had a fryer in the talent room.
Your team is banning.
Nisa, are you listening? Like maybe for playoff?
Yeah.
Ooh, what about a toaster? Right? So we just buy bread. We just buy bread and then we just buy chocolate spread. Right? Yeah. Nisa, make it happen.
We can make our own toasted ice cream.
A toaster, a wok, a frying pan, some oil, maybe gas, maybe a stove, maybe a microwave.
So we don't even need all that. We just like have a toaster. We just toast a piece of bread and put a scoop of ice cream on it. That's more than enough, isn't it?
Okay, Nisa, cut all that. Just a toaster. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this toaster will do.
Oh, Fanny! Wait, Ocean Black is the one that got a Fanny.
Whoa!
Oh
man.
Is he gonna be better than Gabe though?
Every team has been avoiding first picking Fanny.
The
because of
Kalia
that
is
gapping.
open. Dude, the Kalia is open. Oh my god. This is gonna be a mistake.
Oh boy.
Kalia Moskov open. Kalia can cash that Fanny. Although Uni did say that Fanny counters Kalia though.
A good Fanny basically counters everything. You know, like people
like
say
Gabe, just dodge them.
yeah. If you never touch anyone, no one can touch you.
Exactly. And then third pick, MV could pick up the Phobius. Just to really cash this Fanny.
They already picked the Moskov in anticipation of the Harif. And it looked like OB will still go for the Harif anyway, alongside the Katot to try and counter the Kalea. But yeah, this is just where you go Phobius.
Yep. Unless there's a prio mid that you really want against this Fanny. Oh, they picked up the Hayabusa.
Uni's Hayabusa. Pretty scary.
Actually, this is already not looking like a good Fanny game. Like, all the counters are there. You gank the Moskov, Spear Misery. You go anywhere that has the Kalia, Tidal Strike, or the Tsunami Slam. Hayabusa, he puts a shadow inside of you and it just follows you everywhere.
The argument for not first picking Fanny almost throughout the history of MLBB is that you can really craft a comp to counter Fanny entirely. The argument against that is that if you're good enough on Fanny, it doesn't matter anyway. So now this is a test to Shove. How good is your Fanny?
If he gets a win off of Monster Vicious, that'd be insane.
It would be.
And then that would also give shame to Geve.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
No, Geve is going to continue catching strays.
Oh,
after what happened at the start of the day, I'm sorry, man. It's a little bit... Yeah.
The thing is, I feel like even if he goes back home, he'll catch some strays, you know?
He probably will.
Oh, I think he needs fried ice cream right now. Anyways, they banned out the Hilda, they banned out the Cho, and now the far side as well as the Lui is not on the table anymore. In terms of mid lane, one mid laner that people do up against the Fanny is the Zask, because Zask you can get inside of your Dominator's Descent, and either ways, they still get the Phobius. MV has all the counters. Oh, another one, if they want to go local. Eudora.
Oh man, the
there
classic Fanny counter.
There you go.
The actual classic Fanny counter.
Try to outrun lightning.
Basically, it's such a fast stun that you're not really going to be able to do anything about it. OB decides to ban out Artillery and Farsa and Loyi instead. And since MV decided to ban both Hilda and Cho, I am inclined to believe this is going to be a Kalea roam. Not going to be flexed into EXP, especially after the Phobius was revealed. So how will OB finish off their composition here? They don't really have much catch to play with.
I would not mind having something like a CC. Oh, Guinevere, Valentina. The only thing is there's not a lot of ults here that Valentina really wants. Even if you get the Tsunami Slam, you don't have any defenses. So you're just gonna die quickly.
I think they're trying to steal Tsunami Slam so they can catch Uni on the Hayabusa as well.
Makes sense.
But it feels like quite a tall order. Valentina has not been having a lot of success lately. The Guinevere, though, is something that's interesting. I think it could potentially be not so bad, since we've already seen Guinevere be a not bad solution to Kalea.
Oh, and there you go. They pick up the Faramis.
Into Valentina.
Trick the Reaper.
Oh, now that you say it, yeah.
This is not the first time this has happened. And I questioned it that time. I'm still questioning it now.
Who was it that did this before? Was it MV as well? It wasn't MV. It wasn't MV.
I don't think so. It might have been...
Husky, if you remember...
I think it was JP.
Oh, yes. It was JP. What's up, Vin? Right. Monster Vicious coach. He doesn't even need to be on stage at this point. Yeah, I think he actually went out to get food.
Maybe he went to get some ice cream.
Hey, there you go. The Fairmans against the Valentina is interesting. I kind of feel like there are a lot of other good options. Like, I memed about the Eudora, but it honestly wouldn't be that bad, especially when you have a very tough front line like the Phobius.
Yeah, I would have agreed with that, but let's see if this brand new idea from Monster Vicious will come into fruition. A 2-0 clean sweep would secure them even further into playoff contention, while Ocean Black are eagerly chasing their second game of the season. Let's see what'll happen in the Land of Dawn.
In this game, there's not a lot of analysis. It's more about, can Shaft do it? Right? That's it. Like, this is one of those drafts where you have to defy logic. You have to defy expectations, where there's a lot of counters, yes. And then there's a pause. Ooh.
You know, it's been a while since we've had a pause, though.
Ooh.
I think. When was the last pause we had?
I'm just looking at Sif, man, because he said this before. He said, we might have a pause today. I'm like, oh.
Actually, I did just realize it's Sif and Mars.
I just realized it as well. If this goes to game 3, Staffa.
Yep. The curse continues.
I'm speechless. But either ways, I'm gonna talk about this Guinevere pick. Interesting. One of the reasons why people pick up the Guinevere is actually it's a good pick against the Haya. Because once he uses the Ogi Shadow Kill, you get out of a body, so there's extra bodies on the field. So he might whiff his ult.
Ah, that makes sense. And
I mean, like, good catch, but you know.
We have seen it as a counter to Kalea as well. Like, if you time it correctly, the body can cancel the title strike.
Yep.
So, we'll see.
Is a good bait hero.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Guinevere is a excellent baiter.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say the other one.
Yeah, probably
He's an
not.
epic baiter.
Yes, okay, we'll take that.
Mythic baiter? Nah, epic. That's the safest one.
All right, let's see.
Warrior baiter. Now, it depends on how good she baits.
Yes. Where were we?
In the game, Uni is about to hit level 4, and then we want to see Shaf. How is he gonna play this lane? It looks like this is quite ballsy from Hashi, actually going for it. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay.
All
right.
We got something here.
A bit better than Gibby. All right, I'll give you that.
That was double the cables of Gibby.
Oh,
like
that's
easily.
a pretty low bar though.
Yeah, but double is a pretty high multiplier.
Yeah, quite interesting. Hashi actually opting to proxy the wave against Zeno on this Phoveus. He's not level 4 yet. I don't know if he can really take that much damage. Although, to be fair, like, the turtle is not up. He can just recall. So, okay. Maybe just preventing the Phoveus from moving around. Shaf
again. Okay.
All right.
Not the cleanest, but you can definitely see that he has the mechanics.
He didn't have the buff, right?
Yeah.
So he didn't have to force it.
I'm kind of surprised he went in there when the rest of his squad was not really ready to follow up on it. I guess he was just like getting a vision. Maybe expecting the purple buff to be up, because it did just come up a little while after he left. But now the turtle can be contested. The roamer is not quite level 4 yet.
Looking at the Fanny getting that buff. And I believe that Ocean Black, if the Guinevere is able to get a good... Oh, Shaf. This is nice. Because both junglers understand that the turtle is not a priority.
I'm not actually sure who got that.
I think it was Uni, because Shaf, if he got it, I think he would get level 6 instantly.
Well, now Shaf on top of turtle. Zeno jumps in, flickers forward, doesn't get the knockup though. Shaf misses the retreat timing. Zeno steals the turtle away. That Tsunami Slam comes out. Gonna be the stolen Nether Realm used by Div. Not quite enough to keep them alive though. Hashi still being wailed on by 4 members, but he's surviving so long. Enough for Shaf to come back in. Now the original Nether Realm comes in, keeping MV alive and picking off Hashi and Emzu.
That was a very long team fight as well, but that was so unfortunate stuff. Like, you see the retreat, and now he's gonna get punished.
Oh, Shaf gets knocked up! And they steal his buff away in an instant. The house of cards crumbles for Ocean Black.
Just let him play. He made a mistake, sure, but he's a kid. Kids are allowed to make mistakes.
Not in MPL, FL. Not in MPL.
World is a tough place, kids. Go to university. At least the diploma should be fine.
Well, Shaf did end up losing a buff. Still not too far behind, but that's going to be 1 level difference for Uni now. The gold lead, about 1k for MV. Not too big of a gap, but OB is going to need to find some opportunity to narrow it soon.
Yeah, I looking at the lanes here, there's really no good lanes for Shaf to cleanly get a kill. Because if you go to mid, there's a risk of meeting the Kalia. If you go to the gold lane, you're gonna, be met with the Moskov, and then Phoveus is just gonna take so long, right? So there's really no good lane for Shaf to go to.
It's rough. That means OB really needs to try and set it up for him. They do have a Guinevere. If they're able to lock someone down long enough, it basically guarantees a kill with Shaf's presence. But Monster Vicious is rotating quite close together.
I was about to say, when you said that's rough, and I'm like, yeah, he's in the gold league.
Yeah, it's always tough to say that phrase when Monster Vicious is in the match.
Like, whenever he makes a good play, and it's like, oh, that's rough. It's like, yes, exactly. You got your IGNs correct.
Well, next turtle though, gonna be contested 50% already by MV. Zeno zoning backline. Emzu misses the flicker jump. Uni secures the turtle. Double Nether Realm gonna be used as absolute chaos breaks out across the battlefield. Shaf gonna be the first one taken out. Both Nether Realms gonna go away. Zamanfor's gonna be hot as well. AOG gets 2-man knockup, but rough. Finishing off the backline. Hashi trying to buy as much space as possible. Meanwhile, Zeno with a 1v1 killing spree. Picking off Ranvei. It's a 4-for-0 trade in favor of MV.
It's unfortunate, but it might actually go all the way div, going very, very low. Monster Vicious against Ocean Black. Ocean Black, their drop is really all in-ish, right? You want to go in, you want to get those kills, But Monster Vicious, they just played a better team fight, and the target priority, they're able to stop Shaft. And again, they got the draft to do it.
They do indeed. Now they're contesting the purple once again. Novak, Tobar, and Uni just jumping in front. Uni steals it away. Hashi already melted away. Killing spree for the Moskov, and Mizu gonna be dragged back with the Tsunami Slam as well. Both frontliners of OB dead in an instant.
Yeah, and now like the Fanny will not have really any ground to farm, because now that the mid lane turret is down, I doubt that Shaft will be able to get that purple buff. At this point, Monster Vicious, they 100% control the map. The mid lane, they lost. The jungle, they lost. And unfortunately, the EXP as well as the gold, everyone has lost their lane. There's nowhere for Ocean Black to hide.
And this is the risk. Fanny also very dependent on early game momentum. Monster Vicious has just denied all of that away. It's now a 6k goal lead in 6 minutes. The snowball has been massive.
Now Nova Escobar, he is ready for any kind of engage. And look at this, Shaft tries to kill Roundel, but just not enough damage. Probably only have one item at this point. And Roundel, when he does enter the state of the
Shadow Stampede.
Thank you very much, Shadow Stampede, you do have more defense. So it is very difficult for the Fanny to get a kill.
Not to mention, it seems like this hero might have been picked up just to fly into walls. Oh, the Spear of Misery misses. If that connected, Shaft would be dead. Ruff is so farmed right now. And mid lane, they're engaging as well. Oh, he Shadow Kill! Forces Zaman Force. Nearly takes out Ranpei.
Yep. It's a good thing that it was able to bounce off of other people there. Uni right now is 1-0-8. And again, the purple buff is going to get denied by Ocean Black. And again, they just, I would say their draft here does not have the best wave clear as well. So once Monster Vicious gets to a point where they get a Lord, it's going to be very difficult for Ocean Black to actually defend against them unless they get, I don't know, like a wipeout.
Yeah, they're a bit too behind in gold at this point. They really need some kind of pickoff. You can see them rotating up top to try and find Ruff, but he's already backed it off. Good map awareness. Monster Vicious making sure to keep an eye on where their opponents are and just denying any chance of making a comeback.
Like at this point, if you want to pick off someone, right? Who do you pick off from Monster Vicious? Like ideally you want Ruff, you want Roundel, you want Uni, but can you really actually get them though?
I feel like anyone you can find is going to be worth it, except maybe Nova. That's the only one that won't really have much of a bounty you gain. Otherwise, it's free game. Ocean Black just needs to find someone.
Yeah, if you're thinking about bounty, Zeno is probably the best because he does have 3 kills, so he does have a bounty on his head. But killing a Phoveus is easier said than done, especially because there's a lot of dashes from Ocean Black. You're just going to give him that enhanced basic attack over and over again.
Tsunami Slam picks off one. NetherRealm comes in, though already burned away AOG as well. Doesn't really do much, but they get knocked up inside the pit. The NetherRealm comes out, though, keeping Monster Vicious alive, but Unique only eventually melted by Ranpei. Zeno picks up the mega kill, though. He's in the front line, while Ruff, finishing diff off, jumps forward. Mega kill for the Moskov. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Oh! Ruff!
What was that?
The instant stun mid-air! That is insane!
When people say the Moskov counter is Fanny, that's how you do it. Unless you do that, you don't counter.
I don't even know if that was particularly planned, but Shaft did not know what hit him. Literally, a javelin piercing him through the sky. Monster Vicious making their dominance known on the map.
That was to say, that was like what, 9 minutes?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna jot it down for play of the day. Like we had a Savage, but that was pretty cool. That was impressive coming in from Ruff. And it's unfortunate that Shaft was the one that had to take it, because if he didn't have the Spear of Misery, he would have actually gotten the kill onto Ruff, and maybe after that, they could have controlled the map again. Monster Vicious, 10,000 gold lead.
In that case, that actually was Ruff.
That's just his style now. Like whenever a good play happens, that was Ruff.
He makes things rough for his opponents. And this is now tough for Ocean Black. 10 minutes, 10k difference. This is the official threshold where you cannot claw your way back in without some kind of miracle.
Well, if a miracle is going to happen, it has to come in now, Stafa, because the Lord is marching in. They still have that holy defense, but how long can that survive?
Lord crashing in, Tidal Strike, not going to commit to it. Holy defense eats up most of its HP actually, so Monster Fish is not going to be able to use that for too long. Zaman Force comes out. Look at the damage from Ruff. He's just standing there. Tsunami Slam going to drag the Katot back into the rest of MV. Spear of Misery. Revitalize keeps him alive. NetherRealm as well, but Xeno eventually picks up the unstoppable streak, and now the rest of NetherRealm is wasted away, and Zood barely gets away. Drags Xeno into the base. He still gets the double kill, but Div eventually finds the shutdown.
I wonder if that's going to be enough, because they took down Xeno. Shah wants to go in, and it looks like he doesn't have any ways to really do anything.
Finds the chance. Ogi Shadow Kill bounces to the minions though. Bit unlucky, but they do still get the mid inhibitor. Bottom tower will fall as well, as now the Tidal Strike comes in, gets the knockup. Div gonna purify out of it. It is a 3v4 defense. Ruff on top of the crystal. AOG comes in, denies it. MV just rotates back up top.
Yeah, and now like the constant pressure coming in from Monster Vicious, about to hit 12,000 gold lead. If Monster Vicious loses this one, it's all on them, man, because Ocean Black has no right to survive any longer. Like, this lead is so big. Ruff is a monster at this point. I just don't know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, you really don't. Like, even picking up Xeno required so many resources, and for them to be lucky enough that his passive dragged him into the base to follow the Guinevere. Now another conceal play comes out. Monster Vicious wants the final tower. Uni will use the Ogi Shadow Kill, just clear up the minions, allow them to push a little bit more, but not quite enough. OB is still healthy, so Monster Vicious are not gonna push it.
So right now, Ocean Black so far has been surviving. It is 12 minutes into the game. Xeno goes in.
With the flicker forward, gets two-man knockup. Once again, gonna get kicked off and knocked up with the Violent Requiem, but the double NetherRealm gonna be utilized. Hashi uses the AOG defensively. Spear of Destruction lands in. Ruff gonna follow them back into base. No casualties just yet. Shaft trying to clear up the minion wave as quickly as possible. Monster Vicious still not able to quite find the opening they're looking for, but they're gonna try and push it this time. Ogi Shadow Kill comes in, melts down OB, but they can back off into the base to heal up. MV still not able to get the end game.
Although I do have to say, Shaf is doing a very good job of actually using the cables to defend the base. This is a sign of a good Fanny player, or at least a very experienced Fanny player, when they're able to, you know, with no buff or anything, just spin around the base and actually clearing out the minions. So Monster Vicious overall might still win this game, but that's a good defense. Like, Shaf is showing that he knows how to use the Fanny.
He at the very least has demonstrated to the world that his mechanics are there. He is capable of executing on the hero. But that's a far cry from actually winning the game out. The Lord will go over to Monster Vicious, and Roundel will even notice that they're outside their base and chase him down. Spear of Destruction just barely misses, but the Tidal Strike will not. Tsunami Slam drags M2 back in. Monster kill for Ruff. And now chasing the rest of OB down. This could be the chance they were waiting for. It is a 4v5 defense. The minion waves are all crashing in. Lord can connect soon as well. Hashi trying to jump on top of the Moskov, but he's taking so much damage. Revitalize doesn't even keep him alive. Godlike streak for Ruff. And now the crystal is wide open. Envy doesn't even need to wait for the Lord. Shock will eventually pick off Uni, but the damage is already done. Ranvei will fall. Double kill for Ruff. And he'll even pick off the Fanny in the last minute as Monster Vicious take the 2-0 sweep.
We were talking about how SkyZ had the second Savage of the season. Now we have Ruff, the second guy to get a win on that Moskov.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a sense, being the only guy
that's an interesting statistic. Yeah, Moskov has not had a good time this season, but is still a very solid hero in the right hands. With this, Monster Vicious cement themselves in a very comfortable spot to move on to the playoffs if they're able to get a little bit more wins under their belt, while OB continues their losing streak.
Here's the thing. I feel like even in losses, the players are showing their stuff to other teams. Like, maybe give them another chance, because I do feel like give them time, give them guidance, maybe they can do something. But for now, we do have to go over to the stage with Rose.
Dua balas kosong, sekali lagi 3 mata penutup pasukan Monster Vicious. Hello?
Hello.
Okay tak?
Okay.
Sehat tak hari ni?
Alhamdulillah sehat.
Alright, so korang hari ni, okay lah. Korang bila sebelum match start, korang ada 4 match lagi. Ni 3 match lagi. Macam mana? Apa preparation yang Monster Vicious buat untuk match seterusnya?
Kita orang buat untuk sisa 4 match ini mau kasih yang terbaik lah buat match ini. Soalnya kita orang masih ada chance untuk upper bracket kan. Ya, jadi ya mau kasih yang terbaik aja setiap match.
Masih ada lagi chance untuk upper bracket, playoffs, everything is still possible.
Yeah.
Now, Roundel, Team Ray, Aero dengan Homeboys, in your opinion, pasukan mana yang senang lah untuk bagi korang dapat 3 mata? Sebab kalau korang dapat 3 mata tu, it's more of a rasa selesa untuk masuk ke playoff.
3 tim itu?
Satu je yang you rasa paling senang lah nak dapat mata.
3-3 sih.
3-3? Walaupun Aero tengah perform, Homeboys tengah perform, 3-3 tu boleh dapat 3 mata?
Ya.
Even against Aero?
Ya, nggak apa-apa. Bisa.
Bisa?
Boleh.
Okay, now I nak tanya. I heard that actually, Roundel punya ex-teammates, you akan jumpa dekat Team Ray punya matchup kan? Virgie dan juga Lazir.
Ya.
Rindu dorang tak? Trio mid, OG.
Apa?
Rindu tak? Trio mid tu?
Rindu sebab kita bertiga sempat satu tim bareng di MDL.
Rasa boleh menang?
Ya, pasti.
Pasti. Now, since you pernah main dengan dorang, adakah itu satu advantage untuk Monster Vicious? Sebab you tahu macam mana dorang gerak, semua tu?
Mungkin
boleh baca lah.
Boleh baca lah. Hero pool mereka berdua, aku tahu juga.
Oh, you tahu juga. Okay. One last thing. Is there anything you nak cakap kepada Virgie dengan Lazir?
Ya, untuk Virgie sama Lazir untuk hari Minggu, ya kita kasih match yang seru.
Alright, kasih match yang seru. And I think semua orang nak match yang seru. Alright, so mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Belum. Kita tengah cari ni. Alright. Raf! Hi Raf, congratulations.
Hello.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, sihat.
Sehat. Tapi nampak macam sejuk ya hari ni?
Ya tu, sekarang makin sejuk lah.
Ya ke? Bukan makin panas kat luar?
Tak, tengah hari je panas, petang sejuk.
Oh, okay. Now, Raf, I just have a question lah kan. We both know that korang masih lagi ada peluang untuk masuk ke playoff and ada je tim yang masih lagi tengah kejar juga slot ke playoff tu. In your opinion, you nak jumpa pasukan mana di playoffs?
Macam biasa lah, Todak. Kali tu pun kalau diorang lepas playoff lah.
Oh! Okay, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada any team yang mungkin korang akan bertemu? Maybe Aero, Team Ray ataupun Homeboys? Sebab tadi I dengar you macam tengah bisik-bisik dekat Roundel.
Oh, mana ada. Untuk next match, golak have fun je.
Itu je?
Itu je.
Tadi bila orang lain pegang mic, bisik-bisik pula.
Tak, nanti kalau menang, baru tipis-tipis.
Oh, menang dulu?
Kena menang dulu.
Humble dulu?
Ya.
Okay, one last question. Now, kita tahu beberapa minggu sebelum ni Monster Vicious pernah kata beberapa kali dengan Rose and juga interview dekat luar lah kan, is that you guys masih belum selesa and everything. Adakah benda ni semua dah settle untuk playoffs yang akan datang?
Saya rasa sekarang ni kita orang memang dah tak ada masalah langsung and kita orang pun dah clear apa problem yang kita orang hadap sebelum ni. And after this kita orang akan bagi the best gameplay kita orang.
Alright, so who knows, we're gonna see a better Monster Vicious from now on. Raf, is there anything yang Raf nak cakap kepada fans Monster Vicious?
Thank you kepada fans-fans OB, fans-fans MV yang datang pada hari ni, family-family yang datang. Walaupun tak ramai tapi kita bersyukur ada orang yang support kita orang. And itu je lah. Thank you so much.
Alright, thank you very much and congratulations atas kemenangan yang bersih. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyse apa yang jadi dalam clean sweep game ini. Casters, back to you guys.
For 1.5 seconds. Thank you very much, Rose, as well as MV. Rough, honestly. Today, actually, the goal laners are really stepping up.
I think gold laners have been stepping a lot across the board, since nowadays it actually puts a lot of pressure onto the gold laner to really be the one to carry the game towards the later stages, because items just matter all that much more. I think Ruff definitely fulfilled that position, having no deaths in both games and getting an 800 then 900 GPM in games 1 and 2.
This is just one of those games where honestly, like, the itemization doesn't matter. It's really how you pilot those heroes, because on the 1-1, great, sure, but that Moskov really does have those highlight plays, and this is what we wanted from Ruff, because I believe in week 2 against SRG, if I'm not mistaken, they first pick the Moskov. Well, you know, first phase, like second pick-ish, but still, they pick up the Moskov early and wasn't able to do anything. Today, looks much better. I mean, it is against OB, but still.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ocean Black remains a slightly unreliable team to compare performances and stats with, because they just do seem very out of their league here in MPL MY. We saw some potential with Chef on this Fanny. It definitely performed somewhat mechanically well, but the team lineup just didn't really have the tools necessary to be able to match up, and they weren't able to create initiatives for themselves to extend their lead over the map either.
I feel like we just have to say it as it is. They're just not ready. And it's not just the players, the coaches, the management, the team owners. This is just something that you have to learn. And I still have to commend them, because owning a team is very different. It's very difficult, because coaches and managers, they have to create a system, an environment for players to be able to develop well. And you need knowledge, but more importantly, you need the experience, right? And I feel like everyone on Ocean Black does not have that experience just yet.
It's not impossible to do well on the stage with no experience. We've already seen newer players this season do exactly that. But there are definitely extenuating factors at play here that's really disrupting these players' ability to put their full force forward. And hopefully they are able to figure that out at some point. If not in this season, then in the future, because I do not want all of this to snuff out their potential, because there is room for growth.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we only have 1 week left, right? This is week number 5. Next week is going to be week number 6. And then afterwards, it's going to be the all-exciting playoffs. And now if we're looking at the damage numbers here, unfortunately, one of the higher ones is actually Hashi. But again, he is an EXP laner with that Gato Kacha. The enhanced basic attacks does hurt. Overall, Div did do the most amount of damage in Ocean Black, but Monster Vicious, man, rough. 63,000 damage. Really showing up as the gold laner.
Yeah, Ruff was given so much space this game, really. Moskov already naturally lanes pretty okay into a Harif and can even win out if you have the mechanics for it. And then when you add on the fact that the rest of MV was just winning out map control all over the place, right? Nova and Xeno were opening up so much, they were stealing camps away already, and the Netherrealm, even though we said might be unwise to pick into a Valentina, I think Roundel did a great job with his timing to make sure that he had the advantage with it.
Yep, Ruff having the rich guy as well as the carry with 910 gold per minute, 63,000 damage dealt. Sandbag Hashi, 146,000, almost 150,000 damage taken. And the best wingman is going to be Nova Escobar with 15 highest assists. And I believe with this and Monster Vicious having 3 more games left, Monster Vicious has a very bright future to actually go to the playoffs. And I feel like throughout this week, maybe on Sunday, we can recap on what happened this week to really digest and calculate who has the best standings, best opportunities to actually go to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so. It'll be very interesting to see what exactly happens by the end of this week, because there's still some very interesting matches to look forward to tomorrow and on Sunday. But observing the highlights once again, this early loss of the turtle, you can really see the panic. You can see the inexperience. Shaft had full control. There was no chance of Uni being able to get close enough, and he still lost the trade over to Xeno, after which MV held onto the Netherrealm as long as possible to really bait OV into an extended battle.
Honestly, if the Harry was able to scale up, even just 1 Chrono Vision, it should be able to deal with the Netherrealm coming in from Monster Vicious. But unfortunately, he was not able to farm up that well. This is again, like, we want to be analytical, but this is just about inexperience, and just being unable to keep up with everyone here in MPL MY.
And I feel like there's the way that Ocean Black approaches a lot of these fights is kind of similar to how we just approach fights in ranked games. You just kind of throw bodies at each other and expect to win out due to superior mechanics. But that's not going to work on the MPL stage. There needs to be some planning. There needs to be a certain degree of strategy and an idea of how to approach things.
This one.
Oh, here it is. Oh,
that
so
precision.
Good.
That precision. Like, that's a very small wall, Staffa.
Now that I look at it, I think Ruff did actually plan that. Like, he timed it. He expected Chef to try and fly into that funnel to chase him and just went for it.
I mean, like, here's the thing. You say, like, we throw bodies and hope that our mechanics is better. You can't do that when your opponent's mechanic is better.
Pretty much. Yeah, that's always the risk, right? When you are at a stage as big as this. Now we get to revisit the standings at the end of day 1, and there's only going to be a singular change, and that is Monster Vicious moving up to the 3rd spot to overtake Aero Esports.
Yeah, but then Aero will have a game. The one that I'm actually looking at is number 6 and number 5, Vamos and Todak. Todak lost today, so Vamos, they have a chance. If they win their matches, they can overtake Todak, where then Todak will be the one that has the danger of not making it in. And now Vamos and DxO both having 9 points as well, playing the same amount of games. So Vamos, do or die. You gotta win your matches or have the risk of not making it to playoffs.
Indeed, indeed. It's very scary for the 5th to 7th place on the board right now. And these are all teams that we expect to do better with. The exception of DxO, who has definitely surprised us this season. Todak and Team Vamos being in the danger zone is unprecedented, right? Even on bad seasons, you'd expect one of them to be doing pretty good.
I mean, now we're looking at tomorrow's schedule here. DxO will be playing again, this time against Team Ray. And my, oh my.
Ooh, this is the big one.
The game of the week. Nay, the game of the season. SRGOG against Homeboys, the fight for number 1. This is the Naruto Sasuke fight that you guys have been waiting for. And then Aero against Todak.
The last one could still be interesting.
If Todak shows up.
Yes, if Todak shows up.
If this is the Todak that we just saw against DxO, Aero is going to have an easier time.
Yeah, that is true. Well, let's just focus on SRG versus Homeboys, right? That's the big one. Because up until now, the trend for MPL MY is usually like the highlight match of the season happens very early on. It's usually the first match because that's always like the previous grand final rematch. So we don't usually get like big matches later on in the regular season.
Yeah, and this one, like, because who would have thought, right? Homeboys, I would say coming from previous season, it seemed like they came from nothing, right? Last season, all of their star players left the organization, right? Went to a different organization, right? Even the management team. And then they just had to try their best just to keep their slot. Not even going to the playoffs, just to keep their slot. And then Amal on an interview said, next season, we're going to come back. And they came back hard.
They came back in the hardest way possible. I want to say right now, I'm a big fan of SRGOG, but even I feel like Homeboys genuinely stands a chance of taking the match based on their performance this season.
I feel like no matter who you're a fan with, either you're a fan with SRGOG or Homeboys, this is one of those games you don't care who wins. What you want is 3 games. That's it. If it's a 2-0, you will be disappointed. If it goes 3 games, Homeboys wins, SRGOG wins, legit doesn't matter. It's going to be a good day.
This is one of those matches where you can really look forward to the coach matchup in the drafting too, right? There's so much excitement coming tomorrow.
Well, with that being said, that's the end of today. We'll see you guys tomorrow for hopefully more amazing matches. Right now, we're going to leave you guys with the mic check.
Look, Shop, if you can do it. Guys, ready to shop.
No.
Ready, bro. Ready.
Look, bro. Die.
Nice one.
Nice. We can turtle life fast turtle yun.
Wait, bro. No.
Okay.
Minelo.
Uy, asal di balti.
Respect, guys.
Ya.
Aku dah ada pintu ni. Tawar. Respect, okay. Paling dia. Okay, aman.
Tawar.
Ui, tak sebab bawa apa tu?
Jam.
Gas. Kita ada ulti Paramis ke?
Ya, gua ada ulti Paramis.
Aku dapat cakap. Kata. Ulti ke? Bisa?
Aman.
Dah lompat Queen.
Ada aku.
Gas.
Masuk kan? Guys, boleh tambah masuk jungle? boleh. Ini dia agak half sih tadi. Go tam.
Ya di sini sih Fanny.
Gatot.
Gatot gua tarik nih. Gatot guys.
Gatot guys. Aku ulti.
Kalaya.
Guru.
They want to go, bro.
Okay. Fight. Fight. Oh, tak boleh lah.
Tak boleh lah.
Die, bro.
Obvious, cok.
We cannot fight, bro. We don't have damage yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ini atas tu. Ada konsil jom. Ada.
Pada tepi. Jangan cuma pada tengah.
Aku pada tepi. Oh. Astagfirullahaladzim.
Awan lo.
Kayak.
Merahnya ada ya.
Boleh.
Aman sih. Tak boleh. Oh, tak ada apa dah kualiti Paramis.
Boleh ya?
Tak apa. Aman. Bawahnya ada kata.
Nice. Gas.